Good morning. Good morning. The council will come to order. Thank you. Good morning. The council will come to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Good morning,
quorum.
City Council. The roll call is now open. The quorum roll call is now open. Please use your device. If you need support, please raise your hand. I will now call a voice vote if you have not used the e-device. Alderman Hopkins, not present. Alderman Robinson, present. Alderman Yancey, not present. Alderman Hall present. Alderman Curtis, not present. Alderwoman Taylor, not present. Alderman Rodriguez, not present.
Virtual.
I'll come back to the virtuals. Alderwoman Tabaras, not present. Alderwoman Scott, not present. Alderman Irvin, not present. Alderwoman Cruz is present in the chambers. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, not present. Alderman Ramirez Rosa, not present. Alderman Villegas, not present. Alderwoman Mitz present. Alderwoman Clay is present. Alderwoman Silverstein, not present. Your Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. 38 members present. So we do have a quorum. For the purpose of this meeting, there are a number of individuals or alders who have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation of Alderman Yancey, Rodriguez, Tabares, Rodriguez, Sanchez, Villegas, Ramirez Rosa? So it's been moved. Thank you very much. All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please mark the following alders as participating remotely and present on the quorum roll call.
Got them.
Thank you very much. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the invocation. The invocation this morning will be delivered to us by Pastor Damian Miguel Epps from the Mount Calvary Baptist Church of Chicago.
Let's bow our heads in a word of prayer. Most holy, wise, and sovereign God, we thank you for this blessed privilege to call upon your name this morning. We come before you today in humble hearts, lifting up our mayor and city council that represents the 50 wards and districts of the city of Chicago. We recognize the immense responsibility that they carry in leading and governing this great city. And so, God, we pray for wisdom to work and discernment as they direct, and grant them grace as they're guided in making decisions that will benefit the citizens of Chicago. Grant them the ability to stay before you and to seek your face and your will for the common good and to prioritize the needs for our community. I pray, God, that you would fill them with compassion as well as empathy each time they meet for the diverse population in which they serve. Help them to continue to understand the challenges and struggles faced by our people of Chicago. Grant them the courage to stand firm in the midst of their own convictions and help them to continue to make difficult choices when necessary. Strengthen, Lord, their resolve to uphold integrity, transparency, accountability, even in their leadership. And so, Master, we pray that you would continue to give them prudence, passion, protection, partnership, personal peace, provide for them, and then even prosper them. We pray, God, for the agenda that's set before us today, and please give us assurance of what would please you. Instead of, Lord, asking us to ask you to bless what we're doing, Master, we want to do what you're blessing. And so, Lord, we ask for your blessings upon the city of Chicago, and may it be a place of unity, harmony, and prosperity. Guide the mayor and city council in every effort to create this city to be a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city to all. It's in your matchless name we pray. It's in your name we pray. That name that is above every name. That name that makes demons tremble. That name that will lift up a bowed down head. That name that depression has to flee. That name that can help save our community and our world. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Man, thank you. You may be seated. This is the portion of the meeting for public comments. Mr. Clerk or Madam Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. Our first speaker today is John Jansen.
Good morning. My name is John Jansen, and I am an Illinois resident, pro-life advocate, and sidewalk counselor. I have been deeply involved with litigation against the city of Chicago on issues relating to abortion and free speech over the course of my work in the pro-life movement for the last 23 years, and I'm here today to oppose the Quiet Zone ordinance currently under consideration. My organization, the Pro-Life Action League, has a history of confronting the city over laws that restrict individual rights, and we have a history of prevailing. The proposed Quiet Zone clearly violates the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, and if it passes, we will sue the city the day it becomes law, we will prevail, and the city will have to pay the cost of that litigation. In 2016, the Pro-Life Action League filed suit against the city of Chicago after the city denied multiple Freedom of Information Act requests for 911 call audios following medical emergencies at 2 Chicago abortion clinics. Realizing they didn't have a legal leg to stand on, the city opted to settle that lawsuit and released the 911 call audios that we were entitled to under the Freedom of Information Act. We will prevail in court on the Quiet Zone as well. Not only does the proposed ordinance violate the First Amendment, it seeks to solve a problem that does not exist. I file regular FOIA requests for 911 calls placed by Chicago abortion clinics, and in response to my requests, I have received 0 calls complaining about noise made by the FPA abortion facility thus far in 2024. In the Public Safety Committee's own hearing on this matter last November, Dr. Allison Cowett, who works at the abortion facility in question, testified that the Chicago police do not enforce the existing noise ordinance. We have noise ordinances currently on the books that are simply not being enforced. The Quiet Zone ordinance is unnecessary, and it will only mire the city in litigation they are bound to lose, just like last year when another ordinance like this was attempted and thwarted by the city's own legal department. If the current ordinance is not being enforced, what makes you think a new one will be? After all the lost court battles on abortion and free speech, why pursue another losing effort? If you believe in free speech, or if you at least believe it's a bad idea to waste taxpayer money, and I sincerely hope you do, please do not advance this legislation one step further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Matt Moore.
Matt, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Mayor,
Good morning.
City Clerk, and council members. My name is Matt Moore. I am Policy Counsel for People for Bikes. We are the National Trade Association for the bicycle and e-bike industry. You can learn more about our organization and our work at our website, peopleforbikes.org. I have a few comments today on the proposed ordinance that would establish a lithium-ion battery testing requirements and create a new chapter 4-24 in the municipal code. First, a proposed or the ordinance should allow the use of laboratories that are accredited by an international standards organization, otherwise known as ISO, and not only the 3 laboratories that are in OSHA's NRTL program. Relatively few e-bikes are currently tested, certified, and labeled by an NRTL. Very, very few. In fact, the leading manufacturers of drive systems, some of the safest available on the planet, do not use NRTLs to do their compliance testing. They use other third-party accredited laboratories. Should the ordinance become law in its current form, most e-bikes on the market today would become illegal to sell in Chicago. No one wants that. Secondly, you should know that product testing is a business, and it is a very competitive business. Some laboratories have developed branding to distinguish themselves in the marketplace. They've registered trademarks, and a product manufacturer must license that trademark for a fee. This should not be a component of a safety ordinance, as it adds nothing to the safety of a product. Thirdly, there are 2 generally accepted battery testing standards for electric bicycles. Both standards result in safe electrical systems and batteries. Both of these standards should be included in the proposed ordinance. Lastly, there is a clear path here to creating an ordinance that protects the public and first responders by prohibiting the sale of unsafe, untested mobility devices and their batteries. The state of New York has just passed a bill that went through several amendments and had input from fire officials, the city of New York, testing companies, bicycle retailers, transportation and environmental advocates, and the bicycle industry. Chicago does not have to reinvent the wheel. We recommend that you consider a similar ordinance that balances the interests of the public, these stakeholders, and we are certainly ready to assist in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Billy Rivy.
Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that it would take me over 15 hours to read the names of the thousands and thousands of Palestinian children who have perished at the hands of the Israeli state since October 7. My 3 minutes today is hardly enough. But in the few moments I do have, I want to commend my alderperson, Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, for having the moral courage to propose the City Council's ceasefire resolution back in January and to continue to stand against the atrocities being inflicted upon the innocent Palestinians in Gaza. I am proud that Rosana is my alderwoman, and we should all be grateful to have a beacon of moral clarity like Rosana on the council and working for our city. Every day when I walk my dog in my neighborhood, I walk by a garden in my neighborhood, and there's a spot in the garden called the Garden of Hope, where Rosana and mothers from the community have planted flowers in remembrance of their children who have been lost to violence. This is a daily reminder to me of what Rosana stands for as a woman and as an alderwoman and as a person. It's clear to me that Rosana's heart lies with those who suffer unjustly, and it's clear that she has made it her mission to correct these injustices. And it's not just her efforts on the ceasefire vote. It's her tireless work supporting our city's new arrivals, her consistent presence on the picket line supporting workers. It's her years-long efforts to reopen Chicago's mental health clinics, and it's her authorship of Chicago's bodily autonomy ordinance. Rosanna has a proven track record of moral goodness and using her position to fight for justice. Anyone who says otherwise is lying. Again, I'm proud and grateful that Rosanna is my alderwoman, and I am proud that Chicago has stood with other American cities such as Oakland, San Francisco, Detroit, Minneapolis, and Atlanta in calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Those who lack Alderwoman Rodriguez's courage and clarity, those who continue to campaign against the ceasefire in Gaza are campaigning for one thing, and that's the continued slaughter of innocent Palestinians. Let me be clear to those people. History will not absolve you. I would be remiss if I also did not commend the other alderpersons and Mayor Johnson who voted in favor of the ceasefire resolution. I would also encourage these alder people to support today's referendum for community power over policing. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Dan Schaefer.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the
morning.
City Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I do want to thank my Alderwoman Ruth Cruz, who fearlessly represents the 30th Ward. She hosted a ward evening or ward night where she had members of the community speak out about what they want to see the 30th Ward doing. And she had a very cool activity where people had papers on the wall and you could actually write down suggestions. And I saw some suggestions of LGBT inclusion. And given that this is Pride Month, I would love to see both in the Northwest Side, more access to resources and support for the LGBT plus community, especially with the youth, but also on the South and the West Sides. I've volunteered with the Center on Halsted multiple times, and we've noticed that there were a large amount of people or youth that were coming from the South and the West Side because they didn't have the essential resources in their own neighborhoods. And so I would love for, whether it be advanced funding or partnerships with individuals or organizations across the city, so individuals don't have to travel across the city just to access these basic resources. Some of them would be just safe place to live, safe shelter, certain life skills such as credit, learning about how to read a proper lease agreement, career coaching, or just in general, just making sure that they feel included. And so there are certain organizations such as Brave Space Alliance, Howard Brown, that are there. I would love to see a more collaborative effort, and I'm more than willing to partner with any alder person that wants to do that. And my alderwoman Ruth Cruz has my contact info, so if anybody's interested, please feel free to reach out. I'd look forward to partnering with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Todd McColgan.
Hello? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dodd McColgan, and I'm a co-chair with the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I'm here today to speak in support of the ordinance to put the referendum for community power over policing on the ballot. This measure is not up for discussion or a vote today, but we see such urgency in the need to pass this ordinance that we must use every opportunity available to us to speak about it. That urgency comes from the continued loss of life at the hands of the Chicago Police Department, like the lives of Dexter Reed and Reginald Clay Jr. It also comes from the continuous attempts by the Fraternal Order of Police and the politicians they fund to undermine the gains we have made in police accountability. The Community Commission for for Public Safety and Accountability gained power over data, documents, and records, and the FOP put a measure in their contract allowing the destruction of records. The CCPSA gained oversight over the police board, and the FOP put an arbitration measure in their contract allowing the police board to be circumvented, a measure this body opposed but was ultimately upheld by the courts. The CCPSA gained power over COPA, and COPA came under attack, with the FOP president, John Catanzara, calling for their elimination days after they released the footage of Dexter Reed's murder, and with members of this body in the Police and Fire Committee plotting to undermine their investigatory powers. It's no surprise that Silvana Tabarez, Anthony Napolitano, and Jim Gardner would push this agenda, as they each received at least $60,000 in FOP donations in this recent 2023 election. These are among the forces that unite against progressive measures within the City Council often. Any alderperson who seeks to stand on the progressive side of this struggle, the side of the people, should support the referendum for community power over policing, which would give a directly elected commission power over the FOP contract, among other additional powers. And you don't have to necessarily support the specific powers laid out in this referendum in order to vote in favor of this ordinance. You just have to be in favor of that decision being in the hands of the people. It should be up to us. I also want to use some of my time here to speak about one fighter for the people in this council, Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez. As someone who stands with workers and oppressed people, Rosana finds herself under consistent attack from racists and reactionaries. It is because of her leadership in the struggle for community mental health. It's because she's an alder who you'll find on picket lines and at mass demonstrations that she faces this backlash on a consistent basis. But the people of this city stand with Rosana against these attacks as she stands with us, and I hope she feels our support.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Colby Galleri.
Good morning, everybody.
Just a second, sir. Just a second, please. Please, you may begin.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm Kobe Guillory. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. I'm also a middle school science teacher in Inglewood. And I'm here today to urge y'all being the city council to support the ordinance for the referendum for community power over policing. I want to say congratulations to the new incoming Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, and thank you to for everything that the outgoing interim commission has done. But I want to urge you city council members to make sure that this new commission can do more. The Fraternal Order of Police, just like Dodd said, has opposed accountability tooth and nail, fighting against every measure to hold police accountable since its inception. And since the passage of ECPS in 2021, they've been trying to hold accountability back over and over again in meetings like this. So the referendum for community power over policing is going to give the new commission power over the FOP contract. It's going to give them power over the budget, as well as power over the hiring and firing of the police superintendent, in addition to the powers that it currently has. As it's also going to make it directly elected. That will make it more accountable to the people of Chicago. Again, like Dodd said, you don't even have to support what is in the referendum. You just have to support democracy. You have to support the right of the people to choose who polices their communities and how their communities are policed. You see, the murders of people like Dexter Reed, Pierre Laurie, Reginald Clay, Betty Jones, Adam Toledo, and so many more would not be happening if the people had the power to change the structure of policing and public safety in their communities. So I urge you once again to support the referendum for community power over policing. And lastly, I just want to say thank you, and I support you, Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez. Thank you for being a consistent fighter for working class and oppressed people from Chicago to Palestine to Puerto Rico and everywhere in between. We see you on these picket lines. We see you at these protests. We see you fighting for progressive policy in City Council, and we support you. Just like we support this referendum, just like it's the people of this city who are going to push history forward. we see people like Rosanna pushing history forward as well. And to every alderperson who is here and on Zoom, if you want to be on the right side of history, if you want people to look back in 30 years and smile at you, you should be doing what Rosanna is doing and not doing what those alderpersons who are bought and paid for by the FOP are doing. People like Napolitano, Tabares, and Lopez, please do not be like them, be like Rosanna. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Benita Ulisano.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City
Morning.
Council.
Morning.
I'm here for the noise ordinance on behalf of the Illinois Choice Action Team and Family Planning and Associates. I organize the group that has volunteers at Family Planning and Associates every week. I want to play you a little bit of something from our waiting room. That's what you can hear. I hope you can hear it.
We can't hear that. Just give us a
Well,
summary.
I'll just tell you then.
Thank you.
It is loud, it shakes the windows, and it interferes with the clinic's ability to conduct the business. Make no mistake here, this is not an infringement on anyone's freedom of speech or First Amendment rights. The bubble zone is still upheld by the Seventh Circuit Court in 2017, and anti-choice protesters are in front of our clinic right now. No one is telling them they can't be there. No one is telling them they can't talk to protesters. No one is telling them that they can't say what they gotta say. And believe me, they say plenty. I just got a text right now that they're in front of FPA. What I'm talking about here is amplification so loud that clinic staff cannot hear what their patients are saying. My volunteers cannot hear me if I have to give a directive for an active shooter or a rogue anti. When we met with Homeland Security, he said, every second counts, and you have seconds and not minutes to react. If I have to repeat myself, that could end up in lives lost, not only on the outside for my beloved team here, but for our beloved Family Planning and Associate staff who we love very dearly. We are not asking to tell people not to come and talk. That's not what this is about. The noise ordinance is guaranteeing their right to conduct business and our right to conduct our volunteers out in front of the clinic in a safe manner. Alderman Conway, we thank you so much. Thank you for being our champion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mia Combs.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mia Combs. I'm a lifelong resident of the 33rd Ward, a former CPS student. And I am here to urge the council to vote yes to the ordinance to put the referendum for community power over policing on the ballot. The referendum for community power over policing would make the CCPSA directly elected with 2 appointed seats for those who don't qualify for elected office and expand its powers. The CCPSA would have the power to negotiate the FOP contract, set the CPD budget, hire and fire the superintendent of the police, in addition to the powers it already has. We must protect our gains, continue to press for a more decisive say in who polices our communities and how our communities are policed. This fight is also to provide a counterweight to the FOP, a force which is clearly behind the pushback against progressive policy in this council. This is about providing democracy to a process ran by the rich and powerful instead of the communities who are actually policed. Silvana Tabares, Anthony Napolitano, and Jim Gardner sat together at the back of the Police and Fire Committee meeting and working together to use a discussion about implementing a police accountability measure to criticize the CPOA. All 3 of these alders have as Dodd said, have received over $60,000 in donations in 2023. In 2023 alone, these 3 alder people received more donations from the FOP than any alder received since 2015, as well as Lopez and Beal receiving at least $20,000 or $10,000. Considering these donations, it would be utterly vacuous and an inane decision to ignore the influence of their financial incentive driving their opposition to and neglect for the needs of the community. I urge every alder, and especially all members of the Public Safety Committee, to listen to the community voices and support this ordinance. Lastly, as a lifelong resident of the 33rd Ward, I can particularly attest to the incredible action and progress which has been which has been pushed forward by Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez. She has consistently fought for and defended the interests of her constituents. As a resident of the 33rd Ward, I have witnessed firsthand the inter-community solidarity and collective action she has organized in my neighborhood. It is her commitment to the liberation of oppressed people which has brought on the onslaught of her of the racist attacks against her and her character. Her work in passing the ceasefire resolution, advocating for treatment, not trauma, pushing for affordable housing, instituting participatory budgeting, sponsoring the ordinance for abortion sanctuary and trans sanctuary for trans people like me. They are all testaments to her commitment to safety, security, and prosperity and the survival of the people of Chicago. This is not the work of political interest, but of a true community member who would be showing up protecting her people regardless of her civic title. I am incredibly proud to be a resident of the 33rd Ward, and I am incredibly proud to have Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez as my alder. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Maurice Wilbon.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Maurice Wilbon. My company is Gang Talk Consulting.
Maurice, can you lift your mic up closer? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maurice Wilbon. My company is named Gang Talk Consulting, Urban Translated, LLC. I am confident that my company can assist the city in solving the difficulties we are experiencing with street organizations and the ones that are influenced by the activity and the messages. I am affiliated with one of the street organizations, but I am an affiliated member for positive and productive change. Consider this analogy. I strongly believe that it's impossible for anyone to have the ability to clean up the house or to rearrange the furniture if that one person doesn't live in the house. I'm referring to ex-members, retired members, former members, and also non-members. They don't live in the house. They don't have the ability to do what's ultimately needed. I'm not condemning them or dismissing what they have done or what they are doing, but their effort will always be limited because, as previously stated, they don't live in the house. They are not connected anymore. They are no longer representatives. They are our outsiders and considered to be on the outside. No disrespect, just a fact. Active members and the ones that are influenced by the activity and messages of the street organizations will never listen to these people. They know that these people don't and will never have the solutions to the difficulties we are facing, you, us, and the community. My company, consulting and assisting the Deputy Mayor of Community Safety and his team, we can take on the task of successfully achieving the goal, which is making our city best. We need each other to solve the difficulty that we're experiencing right now. Together, I know we can do the job. In the budget, there are billions allocated to this public safety. These funds need to be efficient and effectively spent. I have a plan, but my plan is for the areas of the Deputy Mayor of Community Safety, Gary Gatewood, and his team. I'm open to present this plan as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Benjamin Papavici.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Popovich. I'm a missionary at Family Planning Associates, the biggest abortion clinic in Chicago, and I am here to bring grace and peace to you from the mothers and fathers. This year alone, we have been able to witness to mothers, and we have seen 37 mothers choose life. What a blessing that is, how wonderful that is. And I'm here to represent our Lord Jesus Christ, who sees these babies as precious, wonderful, and fearfully made in His image. Not that alone, we need to hear this message, and I drive an hour and a half away to come to this abortion clinic to provide hope, to provide resources, to provide joy, to provide an alternative. I give them the choice because we are able to testify to them from the local church and those that donate. And this is a need in our city where upwards of 19,000 babies are murdered each year in the name of health care and women's rights. The gospel is the message that we present to these women through oral tools of persuasion and proclamation, and the mic and speakers help us to convey that message and our prayers to these moms. The hypocrisy of this ordinance and of Alderman Conway is clearly seen in his aggressive behavior towards our ministers. In typical totalitarian fashion, he seeks to end our freedom to express our speech and religion. And this will not deter Christians away. In fact, it will incite Christians to come and minister and provide resources to these mothers and fathers because they have a choice here. They have a choice for their baby to be born, to live in freedom. And if you are a mother or father, then you will oppose this ordinance. If you support Black Lives Matter, if you support that all lives matter, you will oppose this ordinance. If you are pro-life and if you are pro-choice, you will support this ordinance because we are giving them a choice to these mothers. If you are a citizen of the United States, you will oppose this ordinance because these babies have a future, and we are the voice for the voiceless. Repent, Chicago. The kingdom of heaven is near. Amen.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Thank you very much. Before we move towards our resolutions, the chair would like to recognize the former alderman of the 6th Ward, our dear friend and brother, Alderman Rod Sawyer. Would you just step forward so everybody can see you? Thank you for being here. Your skin looks amazing, by the way. So before we attend to our resolutions, we do have 4 alders who have requested to make some specific special acknowledgments today. Just 4, and we'll move through them with some expediency. The first alder that I would like to recognize that wishes to give honor to the civil rights activist Ricky Jones. The chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Good morning, colleagues and Mr. President.
Good morning.
Today, I have the great honor of recognizing an exceptional individual who touched the lives of thousands of Chicagoans and people across the country. Ricky Denise Jones was truly the best of the best. We honor her legacy and thank her for her life of service to the city of Chicago and to our country. If one thing can be said about Ricky, it is that she made change happen. She was a fierce advocate for everything she believed in. She enacted the change she wanted to see around her in all aspects of her life. Mr. President, as a teacher, as an organizer, and most importantly, as a leader, there are electeds in this body that would not be elected without Miss Ricky Denise Jones. From the young age of 17, here in our great city of Chicago, Ricky set her sights on politics, and since then was a staunch supporter of all forms of political activism. During her time teaching at the City College of Chicago and then in Chicago public school system, she committed herself to various organizations that supported her vision of equitable educational environment. Inside and outside the classroom, she was a trailblazer, working with the Rainbow Push Coalition, the Black Panther Party, the Black Panther Party's breakfast program, and many more. Ricky spent 34 years leading the Cook County Democratic Women, and many of them are here with us today. So ladies, thank you for your service. There, her impact was felt across the country as she spearheaded dozens of Democratic campaigns and helped launch the careers of today's largest political leaders, such as Bill Clinton, our very own Barack Obama, and Kamala Harris. Her national impact cannot be exaggerated. In 2008, during Barack Obama's presidential run, Ricky ran a campaign office out of Chicago. Her pivotal role in the Midwest is credited for President Obama's win in Indiana. Just this year, Ricky was chosen as a delegate for the Democratic National Convention in support of President Biden and Vice President Harris. I want to acknowledge Ricky's loved ones that have joined us here today, and particularly to Reverend Austin, her bestie. There would not be a time that you did not see Ricky without Reverend Austin. For young folk, frick and fret, they were always together. And Reverend Austin, we thank you for ushering her around town. Even when you didn't want to go, you were always by her side. So thank you. To the Jones family, Ricky was a remarkable woman, and my thoughts and prayers are with you. Thank you for allowing us to have Ricky Jones. Ricky Jones dedicated her life to fighting for marginalized communities and true equity. Her loss will be felt deeply, not only in Cook County, but across the country. Rest assured that her legacy will live on thousands of years because of the 1,000 lives she touched. May this resolution honor her memory in all ways that it deserves. And lastly, those of us in this body, I know will miss those long text messages and those calls to call me, because every call, every text was important, because she was serious about the people of our great city of Chicago. And again, we thank you for allowing us to have such a great individual. Blessings to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Reverend Austin, and to the Jones family for your time here. Now, Alderwoman Harris would like to offer up her acknowledgement as we celebrate Alpha Kappa Alpha Day and all of the members of the sorority who are in the gallery today. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you today for allowing Alderman and myself and Alderman Stephanie Coleman, my sorority sister here on the floor, to do this day, and I ask leave of the body to allow her to speak.
Leave is granted.
Thank
the
you.
chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Mr. President, to my soror chairman, Michelle Harris, and all of the beautiful women of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. The first, finest, and best sorority in the entire frickin' world and city of Chicago. I want to thank our sorors, especially Chairman Harris, for acknowledging the work of every soror. I see some golden sorors, I see some pearl sorors, some silver sorors, and even 176, as we'll be celebrating 5 years of service, but specifically the action. You all, Black women, we make up 16% of Chicago's population, but a third of every act of violence includes a Black woman. So sorors, I charge us with joining our other Greek sisters and brothers and calling forth that violence against Black women is recognized, that our young ladies that are victims of sex trafficking, that those crimes are being solved. And it takes the works of the Divine Nine, of every member here in City Council, our clergy committee and business community, but it takes us Black women to bring forth this issue. God bless you. Thank you, Chairman Harris.
Thank you. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Today I'm honored to celebrate AKA Day here in the city of Chicago, and I want to thank everybody who's a part of the AKA organization and say I thank you for your service, for your commitment to the organization, and for making us shine really bright. So we bright shining stars. I wish I could acknowledge everybody here that's here with me this morning, but I'm gonna take my time and name the few. I'm gonna name all my presidents, and I wanna thank them for their service. What we do as AKAs in our new part of our new life is trying to connect to government, and so that we can understand government at a different level, and that we would take that and use everything that we learn to build our organization and make it better. So today, from my home organization, Lambda Mu Omega, I want to recognize my president and my shippy, Cassandra Waddington. President, where you at? Come on, President. She had to leave. She was here earlier, I'm sorry. Our connection chair, Carolyn Hankin Page, where you are, stand up. I need you all to stand. From Phi Kappa Omega, I have President Tiffany West. Stay up now, because I'm celebrating y'all. Stand up. We on our heels, but we going to stand up for a minute. Phi Kappa Omega, Mariana Stallworth. She is the connection chair. All right, I see you over there. From Tau Gamma Omega, their president, Camilla Wormerly, is the connections chair. I'm sorry. Theta Omega, Tanya Woods, connection chair. Woo-woo! Theta Omega, Felicia Stanton Gray, president. Where's she at? She couldn't, okay, she couldn't, okay. Theta Rho Omega, Virginia Foster is the president. Is Virginia here? Hey, okay. All right. Erica Austin is the co-chair of the Illinois Connection Chair. Are you here? Lambda Alpha Omega, Adrian Hawkins Turner, president. ABDO, Kim Harris, connection chair. Did I get it right? From Xi Nu Omega, Jessica Rhymes, the connection chair. Xi Nu Omega, Shannon Stratton, president. So today, my sisters, I appreciate our service. I appreciate our commitment to making Chicago and Illinois a better place for everybody. Our commitment to service and working and embellishing young people's lives and changing young women's lives. So I say thank you. And I say that because as I look out here, y'all the workers. Y'all the workers. Let me say it again. Y'all are the working part of this organization. So y'all carrying it. And I really want to say thank you because in my role as alderman, I don't get to work and be out there as much as you all. And I want to say that I really appreciate you. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for what you do. And I don't want to start crying about it because I'm really emotional about it. But again, I want to thank you. I thank you for your service. I thank you for your leadership. And I love you so much. Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to close with, there is Brother Farad Ali is here. Where you at? There you go. He is president of Di Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha, and they are, what a great day to be here with the AKAs, my brother. Their chapter is celebrating their centennial, 100 years of making history in the city of Chicago. So today I'd like to give a shout out to Xi Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha, where my husband is a proud member. So thank you so much, Brother President, for coming down and being with us today. Love you for what you do. And I think many times, sometimes I think I'm gonna be an honorary member too. But I thank you, thank you again, Brother President, for being down here.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. And so that I can keep peace on the 5th floor, Mary Richardson Laurie and Lori Lipson, our Deputy Mayor of Infrastructure and our Corporate Counsel, also proud AKAs. For the last two acknowledgements, the Chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez, who would like to offer up an acknowledgement for Inti Raymi Day. Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to just quickly recognize some representatives of the Quichua community here in Chicago. Nelly Lema, Alicia Lema, Sandra Tituaña, Doki Lema, William Farinango, and Luis Alfonso Lema. I don't know if you're here, so please. Thank you for being here. The Quechua community will be celebrating in June 24th. The Inti Raymi celebration is a celebration of nature, of indigenous empowerment, and we are indeed an indigenous land. So today I have the honor and privilege to introduce this resolution to recognize June 24th as Inti Raymi Day here in Chicago as a recognition for the contributions of all of indigenous communities here in Chicago that remind us the importance of the balance between nature and our communities. So I have the pleasure and real honor to introduce this resolution on a celebration of diversity and strength on a world that needs to hear more from indigenous community and the need for balance in a world that wants profit over people. We recognize the important contributions of all of indigenous communities, especially the Quechua community here in Chicago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. And finally, the chair recognizes, thank you again, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Timmy Knutson, who would like to speak about a memorial proclamation honoring one of our fallen firefighters, Andrew Price. Alderman Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to recognize Laura Price and firefighter Eddie Buds, who we have here in the chamber. Last November, we lost a hero in Lincoln Park and in the city of Chicago. Firefighter Drew Price of Engine 55 and Truck 54 of the Chicago Fire Department. Drew passed away in the line of duty, protecting residents in a building fire. Today, we're joined by Laura, Drew's wife, and friend and firefighter Eddie Buds. To Laura, Eddie, and the rest of Drew's family, we as a city council thank Drew for his admirable service. Moreover, the 43rd Ward will always remember Drew for the positive impact he had on our children, spreading the art of gratitude in the community every chance he had. Drew was physically active, fun, charming, and well known to the kids of Lincoln Park as the hero who would give them the mahalo or hang loose sign. It's this one. Whenever he was driving by in the truck. In embodiment of his warm demeanor, he was purposeful in giving this sign to show that, a quote, he was grateful that he was with you, grateful being in the moment, and grateful for all these little things that happen in life that we take for granted. We can all benefit from bringing this theme into our lives. Drew has inspired me quite a bit personally, and when I see his memory card on my fridge every morning, it's a reminder to lead with gratitude. To Laura and the whole family at Engine 55, we are here to support you and to support additional safety ordinances that we've been discussing that can help the Chicago Fire Department, such as the ordinance that Alderperson Marty Quinn is circulating today. I want to thank you deeply for the positive impact that Drew has had on our ward and on our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Knutson, is Laura still in the chamber? Where is she? Does she mind standing? Laura, do you mind standing? Thank you, widow Andrew Price. Thank you, Laura. We are very, very much encouraged by your bravery and your sacrifice, as well as your ongoing advocacy on behalf of our firefighters and all of our city workers in the city of Chicago. Before we move finally to our normal resolutions, and I'll recognize Alderman Mitchell shortly, I'm aware that, and I'm very pleased that there are 11 summer clerks from the law department for their summer program that are here today, and I think this body would concur that we can never have too many lawyers. Okay, it's a very tough crowd today, it's all right. But especially our corporation counsel, and in all seriousness, the statement certainly holds true in regards to having young lawyers who are willing and interested in doing work for government. These individuals could certainly find private firms. But I appreciate the fact that they are civically engaged, and their civic mindedness and their spirit of public service is something that we celebrate, and we know that they're going to have an enjoyable summer here. Could you young people, as Alderman Lamont Robinson has already expressed today, would you young people mind standing just to allow this body to recognize you all? These are the young future lawyers of the city of Chicago. Thank you very much to all the law clerks there. Thank you for your dedication. And now, again, thank you, Alderman Knudsen. And now we will move forward with our 3 resolutions today. We will be celebrating Pride Month and honoring the late Marion Robinson and honoring Women Veterans Recognition Day. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move for
Morning.
the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. In the interest of respecting people's time today, we will forego the reading of the resolutions and go straight to remarks from the City Council. And again, our first resolution is celebrating Pride Month. Are there any alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. Thank you for bringing it before us this month. And I want to thank all of our guests that are in the box with us today. We've got folks from our LGBTQ to us community from all over the city of Chicago. I appreciate you all, one, coming to City Hall today. It's not exactly the most fun thing to make that commute on a Wednesday morning to come to City Hall and go through the hubbub of what is actually a very well-attended council meeting today. So appreciate your representation and your presence. But most of all, I want to appreciate every single one of you was asked to be here today because of work that you do for our community and our city. So whether you're showing up at a protest, at a parade, at your place of employment, whether you're helping to mentor young people or elders in our community, whether you're working in government or a nonprofit or have started businesses that are part of our thriving economy. All of you have given time, energy, efforts, and talents to our community, and I appreciate every single one of you. I am proud to be openly lesbian, being one of the first Black queer alderperson in City Council, but very proud to also... I'm not going to steal Timmy's line. But very proud to also serve with the most LGBTQ identified council members in Chicago City Council. So for this resolution, what I would offer to all of you, to everyone in our audience, and to all those in the city, is that while we have much to celebrate, we know that we still have much to fight for. And so as issues come up, right, in your space, in your parts of the city, in your parts of our community, if there are things that we could be doing as alder people in this city council, or working with our colleagues across the side of the building over on the county side, with our state partners, whatever we could be doing, if we're not doing it, please reach out to us. Please talk to us and please work with us so that we can be good representatives and make sure that we are looking out for the discrimination, the threats, and the issues that still face our community, even here in the great city of Chicago. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you all for being here. It's exactly like Alderwoman Haddon said, showing up is really everything. I want to thank those who came from the Edgewater and Uptown area, including Sister Mary Maker in the second row, and also Alexis Martinez in the first row. Every single one of you in the box is doing the work that needs to be done. As the first openly queer Filipino woman to represent the 48th Ward, one of the coolest neighborhoods in the world, I'm able to do that because of the work that you laid down. And we know that young people who come out today, they are not all protected. And many of them are discarded because of who they are and because they want to live authentic lives. So I want to thank you for the work that you do. You know, we are a beacon of hope for not only in the 48th Ward, but all of the city of Chicago and in Illinois because of the work that you do. People move here to our state and to our city because of who we are and what we do together. And we know that we do it because we love our community and we love this city, and we span across all race, sex, ethnicity, class, gender, zip codes. We are going to be able to do so much together, working with the gayest city council in the nation. Thank you, Jake Whittish, and also with the LGBTQ plus caucus and the advisory council. There's so much to do, and we're going to do it together. Thank you, Alexis, for your mentorship. You know, this is the kind of work that we need to continue to do to build safe communities, to make sure that our young people have the resources they need, especially for housing, mental health care supports, and we're going to do it through love. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution. As a proud Boricua lesbian coming right out of Humboldt Park, I can't tell you the amount of progress we made as a city, particularly in Latino communities. I want to acknowledge two individuals in the box that do tremendous work in my ward, and that is Maya and Janeda. If you guys could just stand, please. These two women work at our Trans Empowerment Center on Division Street, right across the street from Humboldt Park. A part of an organization that has a coronation every year to crown a trans queen that leads the Puerto Rican People's Day Parade that just passed this Saturday. The only ethnic community to have a parade that respects, affirms the intersectionalities of our identities. Our queerness is not separate from our ethnicity. And we have the privilege in the 26th Ward, in the Puerto Rican community and in Humboldt Park, to celebrate all that we are. And it is women like the women that are in the box representing the 26th Ward today that make that possible. But more importantly, women who take on the challenges that we still face today. The lack of housing for LGBTQ young people that are kicked out of their homes because of the lack of acceptance. The continued assault and violence against trans folks, not just in the city of Chicago, but across the world. We know that LGBTQ young people are more likely to be assaulted in a traffic stop or in custody than any of their counterparts. There is so much more work to do. In the city of Chicago and across the world, we still have trans women who are missing and have not been found. And so I look forward to continuing being in partnership with leaders like Maya and Janita, who continue to do the work every day. To be honest, quite difficult work as they navigate their lives as women and as they continue to support the trans community and the LGBTQ community at large. So I want to thank you for your work. I want to thank everyone in the box who works every single day to ensure that our communities are safer, but more importantly, that in moments like today and in the month of June, that we just get to experience pure joy. And so I'm excited for our ability to celebrate together all month and at the parade at the end of the month. Thank you both for being here with us today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Bennett Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. No one wants to follow Alderperson Fuentes, but happy to do it on today. I'm really excited to obviously celebrate Pride with all of you, and I want to lift up some of the folks that are here in the box today. Some that have been around a very long time and some that are new. So I will start with an institution in our community who is here. Arthur Johnston, front and center in the box, was part of the Gang of Four that passed the Human Rights Ordinance of the City of Chicago in 1989. Which enabled the 9 of us to sit here in this room and be celebrated today. Thank you. He and his partner Pep have also owned Sidetracks for 45 over 40 years, which has served as a community hub, a focal point for politics, for fundraising, for organizing. And a couple months ago, he is a partner in the first queer-focused dispensary in the city, which opened on Halsted. So I want to thank you for your commitment to our community for all these years. Thank you, Art. And I also want to recognize Jolie Robinson, who is the new CEO of the Center on Halsted, who came to our city in December from Texas, which was a very mean thing for them to do. But she brings a new energy, new life, new perspective to one of our most important institutions, I would say, in the community. We welcome her. I actually have, I was speaking with Alderwoman Cruz after the Young Men at Public Comment, and we're going to start working together on that right now. So you've heard me say that resources I have in 44, we need to have citywide. I mean it, and we can all work together to make that happen. So I also just really want to quickly thank everyone for their patience and understanding as we work through the parade. I think for those of us that host it, we know it's a full day, to say the least, and that we have to keep the whole day safe, and we look forward to having that this year and working together in years to come. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Timmy Knutson.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. So I just want to thank all the leaders in the box who have been thanked here, and just say, without y'all and without your peers and the work that's been done for decades, a lot of us wouldn't be here. We were the most LGBTQ plus city council in the United States of America last year when we welcomed in new members. I think we're at 9 out of 50. That's incredible. We have a duty, therefore, to replicate that. We've got to replicate that feeling of possibility into our schools, and we've got to replicate it citywide, nationwide, so that everyone knows they can achieve this. You know, when I think about Pride, every person who's LGBTQ plus has some sort of coming out story. It's a very internal process than different identity processes, and often it can go on for such an amount of time where you're led to a feeling of isolation. Isolation lingers. That's why the mental health numbers are still very disappointing in the LGBTQ plus community. We know that suicide rates are 3 times as much higher when you're LGBTQ plus and 6 times when you're a trans individual. It's up to all of us to build that community, and whether you're LGBTQ or not, if you're on city council, I'd say you have a duty to say Happy Pride to your community, because we exist everywhere. Spreading that openness, spreading that feeling is how we get these next generations to feel safer, to get those mental health numbers down. So that's how I'm feeling this Pride. I want to thank everyone in the box, and really just thank the people of Chicago for elevating those of us who got elected to represent. So thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in association and immense pride to be associated with this resolution. I want to thank not only everyone in the box, but everyone you all represent, the folks who don't get a chance to make it to the box or get to City Hall, the folks who need the help and the support, and those who have the courage to have a voice because of the work that you all have done over decades to allow that to happen, to push and fight against systems that have worked to oppress so many. When we think about our larger social movements, I'm grateful for LGBTQIA plus community because there's an intersectionality that actually brings us all together in a way that I don't think we have understanding. We think about our own individual identities. There's a beauty and a love that the LGBTQ community brings that helps address a lot of the ignorance some of us may have had in the past, that we know society has had in the past. And so, as our colleagues are saying here, really want you to challenge us to make sure that not only are we saying who we support, but that as a city, we're making that awareness, we're bringing that education that addresses the ignorance that still keeps people divided, that keeps people hidden, and doesn't allow them to be their true, authentic selves. I'm super, super proud that Andersonville in 40th Ward is one of the most populated communities by our LGBTQ siblings. And this year, we worked to make sure that we created a space in Andersonville in honor of our Black trans sister, Elise Mallory, who's no longer with us, who did such amazing work with Chicago Therapy Collective. We will be naming a plaza in the 40th Ward on Catalpa between Ashland and Clark, the Elise Mallory Plaza, which I believe is the only place in the city of Chicago that will be named after a black trans woman. It may be the first. It will definitely not be the last. We want to make sure that we have representation and that all of our people are front and center. So thank you so much for everything you do. I look forward to this year's Pride Parade. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm going to turn up, and I know y'all will as well. So look forward to it. It really is, for those who haven't been, you should go. It is one of the most beautiful experiences in the city of Chicago. You get to see everyone show that love out there, whether they're walking through the parade or all around, and I look forward to it and celebrating not just this month, but every month going forward. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
I would like to first recognize my friend, my sister, Shannon Lynn Parker of Brave Space Alliance. Brave Space Alliance. Brave Space Alliance is the first Black-led, trans-led LGBTQ center in the 4th Ward. Shannon, thank you for all that you do here for us in the city of Chicago, but across the country. We appreciate you. We love you. I would also like to recognize the godfather of the LGBTQ plus community, Art Johnson, and his partner, Pep. Art, thank you for utilizing your resources, your love, your strength for our community. Mr. Mayor, Art's a teacher, and so he knows how to galvanize folk and get folk to do right. And Art, you've done that in the city of Chicago. Thank you, and God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an example of why we have to support our LGBTQ kids. We can't throw them away. We can't shun them. We have to be able to wrap our arms around them, listen to them, understand their issues and concerns. Particularly in the African American community, we see high rates of suicides in our young folk because they can't be themselves. And I want to thank two ladies that are here today. I'm going to ask them to stand. Number one is my mother, Mary Robinson. And number two
Just a second. No more outbursts from the audience, please. If I hear you, you will be removed.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Please continue.
Secondly, I would like to recognize and have her stand as my sister cousin, Marla Blair Hohenkirk. Marla Blair Hohenkirk, please stand, Marla, please stand, don't sit down, was the first person that I came out to when I was grappling with, was it right, was it wrong? Marla was there to let me know that I was loved, I was supported, and that her auntie, my mother, was going to be okay. And Marla, thank you, because you allowed me to be myself, and to my mother, you've allowed me to be myself and make history in this body, also make history in the Illinois General Assembly, and I thank and love you very, very much. Mr. Mayor, I also want to thank two more ladies. These ladies are respected in their wards. They are respected in the city of Chicago. They mean business. They don't mess around. They don't support no losers. And that is Chairman Dow and Chairman Harris. These two ladies who are my mentors allowed me to be an elected official because they supported me, and they didn't have to do that. And so, ladies, I will always be appreciative of your love, of your support, and allowing me to again make history in the Illinois General Assembly and again make history in this body. Thank you so very much, and I love you both.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
And members of the City Council. And a special good morning to all of our guests here today. Yes, it is Happy Pride Month. And I was sitting here thinking, I miss when Tom Tunney was here, because he was the longest serving LGBT member of the City Council while I was here. And now it's my place to say that in this room. And I don't feel that old, but thank you. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for allowing us to bring individuals to this chamber today to highlight what pride means to us. And I know I confounded your staff a little bit because I asked for only one thing: an empty chair. I asked for that chair as I was thinking about all of the things that we talk about during Pride, all of the things that we remember in the struggles, and what often gets lost is that there were so many lives lost on this journey to where we find ourselves today. I grew up in a very different era from many of those who are part of our LGBT caucus here in this room. I grew up when the word like queer wasn't something used in a positive way, but a very negative one, where I could think of a whole host of slurs that I hear from the neighborhood or growing up or even from my own family, because that was, as they say now, just how it was. When I think back of all of the toils of this greater community that reaches every corner of our society, it cannot be forgotten on all of us, on any of us, just how much has been lost to get to this point. As I was sitting thinking, it was only 2 years out of high school for me that a young man went to a bar, met two guys, and was beaten and killed and tied to a fence post. His name was Matthew Shepard. Barely a year or so older than myself at that time. I'd say that traumatized me like there was no tomorrow. When so many people talk about their first experiences going to bars or going out or coming out, I stood in the shadow of somebody who was killed on their journey. There are plenty of examples of this, and we don't have to go back 26 years to be reminded of just how violent the world was to those who chose to love who they wanted to love. Just 8 years ago, on this very day, 49 people were killed and 53 were injured in a mass shooting at the Pulse nightclub. I remember we marked this in Lakeview with many of you because it was of particular importance to me because they went when it was Latino night. A masked gunman 8 years ago went to a nightclub to kill someone who looked just like me. In the years since, we continue to see the evolution of the hatred coming at us from all directions, particularly, as so many of my colleagues have noted, in the trans community, where at last count in 2023, we had 320 confirmed murders of trans and gender fluid individuals. Confirmed. How many more beyond that, we don't know. In the United States, we have seen a decline, but still a too high a number over the last few years, where generally we were averaging roughly 50 individuals who are trans or gender diverse killed in this country alone, predominantly African Americans. This is something that we have talked about, I have talked about, the chairman and colleague, former chairman and colleague of mine of the Black Caucus, Jason Irvin, has talked about dealing with this in our city, in our community. And even to this day, LGBT are 9 times as likely to be victimized by violent crimes. We cannot have a Pride Month that doesn't take into account the dangers of what it means for us to be here. I am truly thankful to everyone who has made their mark, stood for our people, regardless of what people means. But we have to continue to fight. We have to continue to remember that there are those who came before us, who have stood with us, like Mallory, who aren't able to join us in this booth today. And Mr. President, we must commit ourselves, as I've said before, to doing more than just writing a piece of paper. We have yet to reestablish from the Department of Public Health and recommit ourselves to getting to zero when it comes to HIV in the city of Chicago. We have failed to reintroduce the free condom programs and preventative measures to help bring STIs down. And we still, Mr. President, find ourselves, not so much as a city, but with many of our partners and delegate agencies and organizations that are LGBT friendly, fighting to get them to come south of Madison Avenue, with noticeable exception, of course. If we are truly everywhere, then we need to be truly everywhere. The city of Chicago leads that effort, but we still have organizations who think that there's only one universe to cater to when it comes to dealing with the LGBT in the city of Chicago. And I could tell you, Mr. President, as somebody who represents communities that struggle, when you see 14, 15, 16-year-old individuals having to turn themselves to prostitution, turning tricks on Ashland Avenue to get by because their parents, their families, their communities have not done their part because organizations refuse to see them, we have failed. And we're going to need another empty chair next year. So as we celebrate, as we push forward, as we remember that LGBTQ+ are everywhere, it must be incumbent on us to make sure that next year there are no more empty chairs. That we stand united, stand firm, and stand committed to helping, acting, and meeting all of us where we are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands of any other alders who wish to speak to this, seeing now another hand. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, got my hand up late there.
Okay.
But I would be remiss not to rise in support of this resolution and honor those of you who are in the box and those of you who are not, who are listening today, who fight every day to make sure that everybody can be their best selves every day without fear. As an ally of your community, of the LGBTQ+ community, I want to tell you that I will continue to be here to support all of the work that you're doing to make sure that people can be themselves and to live a free life and an existence free and a safe place in our city of Chicago. You know, I think that there are still many communities in which it is not safe to be openly who you are. And, you know, the Asian American community is one of those places. And it is something that, you know, I'm going to be proud to continue to help work with our community. And I believe that we find kinship and allyship with every community who has battled with this before, whether that's culturally in our own communities or just going to work every day. What we can't do is continue to step over things that people say or do that are microaggressions against people in our own communities and others of our colleagues and other human beings and brothers and sisters. So, you know, my commitment to you is that we're not going to step over anything, from the small to the big. From the small comments, we'll make sure that we stop and we talk to people. And from the big, we'll continue to support legislation that does ensure that that all of our communities are safe and can be proud of who they are. So happy Pride. I celebrate with you, and we do this every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Do not want to miss anyone else. Are there any other alders that wish to speak? Very well. Most of those who are here with us today have already been acknowledged. But again, thank you to CEO Parker, to the great community organizer, Art Johnston, the new CEO, Senator Halstead, CEO Robinson, Alexis Martinez, my longtime colleague and friend, co-chair of the Network 49, Michael Harrington, Robert Castillo. Thank you again, Maya Lozano, Janera, Olivia Marrero. And again, as we celebrate Pride, happy Pride Month to all. I want to take this moment to recognize again all of our LGBTQ plus council members for your vibrant and bodacious leadership. The brilliance that you bring to City Council is one that we celebrate, and many of the things that we have moved forward as a dynamic agenda has been led by the consciousness of those council members who represent this community. Chicago has been shaped by the LGBTQ plus community in very profound ways. As organizers who have worked tirelessly to continue to work toward the ending of discrimination, again, making sure that elected leaders can come forward like those that are in this body. Together we fight, though, to provide more opportunities for the LGBTQ plus community, while not just fighting for acceptance. Back in the 90s, there was a word that was used called tolerance. This is not just simply about tolerance and acceptance. This is really about leadership and recognition of one's humanity. And so as we continue to overcome discrimination, the raids that have been promulgated against queer spaces, the discriminatory practices that Alderman Lopez has expressed in health, but those that also are included in employment and education, we have to continue to work tirelessly to ensure that all of those members of the LGBTQ plus community are not just represented, but they're valued. While Pride is a celebration, and it has to be reminded that it started off as an act of resistance against discriminatory laws and practices. And so the endurance of the LGBTQ plus community that has brought so much joy to this city, we thank you. And again, today, as we mark the 8th year anniversary on the Pulse nightclub massacre in Orlando, let us also be clear and as a reminder that there is still much work to be done, and it's not just simply honoring those who are part of this community. It's about making sure that the homophobic and transphobic violence that has been the prevailing form of hatred has to end. So let's, before we call for this motion, for the passage of this resolution, I believe it's appropriate in this moment for us to just offer up not just an empty chair, but a moment of silence for those who are not here to celebrate. So it is with great pride that I recognize Alderman Mitchell for the passage of this resolution.
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, So ordered. Thank you all very much. Happy Pride Month. As the box clears in the next couple of moments, the next resolution will be honoring Marion Robinson. Thank you. Are there any alders, before I offer up my remarks? Thank you for all of our guests who have arrived. I will acknowledge those in the box. If there are any alders that wish to speak to the honoring of Marion Robinson, thank you to Michael Signature, Torrin Williams, Linda Williams, Jarek Ratliff, Laurel Ratcliffe, Lennox Ratliff, Hendricks. We just got the whole Ratliff family here. Hendricks, Kingston, and Yvonne Shields and David Shields. These are cousins, niece, sister-in-law, and nephew. Can we give a nice round of applause for this family? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Michelle Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be supported with this resolution. I'd like to thank Ms. Robinson for the years as a kid who walked past her house every day going to what was then called Bryn Mawr, walking past her house, sometimes meeting the children at 74th and Jeffrey where the crossing guard was, and we would sit there and often cross the street and to get back over on the other side, which is now, what's the name of that school now? It's all forever be Boucher, which is walk across the street to what is now called Boucher, is currently now in the 7th Ward. But to thank her for raising beautiful children, to thank her for being part of a really established community and staying there and really being embedded in the community. Her neighbors know her, her neighbors love her, and she will forever be missed again for not just raising wonderful children, but also being part of the entire community there that was formerly part of the 8th Ward. So today I'm grateful to have had the opportunity for her to live in a ward that at one time where she was incorporated into the 8th Ward, and thank her for her commitment, her involvement in block clubs. People don't know that. She went to the block club meetings and everything. So she was really involved. So thank you. What a blessing she has been to the community that she's lived in her whole life. Thank you to the family, and thank you, God, for giving her to us.
Thank you, Alderwoman Harris. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to, what do we call her? Was she the first grandmother? The first grandma, the first Meemaw? All right, seeing no other hands, thank you again to all of the family members that are here today representing the Robinson family, but really this entire body. Okay, I was really just starting to get warmed up here. It's all okay. All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Mr. President, thank you very much. And to Chairwoman Harris, thank you. Today As mentioned, we are joined by 4th Ward resident, Marion Lois Shields Robinson. Mr. Mayor, first grandma to the honorable and remarkable woman whose legacy has profoundly shaped not only her family, but Black history in America. Ms. Robinson is a daughter of the South Side of Chicago who has left a profound mark on our nation and continued to inspire future and current generations. Ms. Robinson's influence is evident in the achievement of her son, Craig Robinson, and daughter, Michelle Obama, and her son-in-law, Barack Obama. However, Ms. Robinson was more than just a mother of Craig and Michelle, and the mother-in-law of, again, President Barack Obama. She was a cornerstone in shaping the narrative of, again, Black history in America. Michelle often spoke of her mother's impact, crediting her with much of her own stability and accomplishments. Ms. Robinson was a living testament to the power of education and the importance of nurturing young minds. As a stay-at-home mother, she stressed the significance of education to her children, advocating for them fiercely. Her efforts bore fruit as both Craig and Michelle, Mr. Mayor, were both students of Chicago public schools. They both attended Ivy League schools, Princeton and University of Chicago, respectively, exemplifying the potential within every child from the South Side that dreams can come true. When the Obamas entered the White House, she left her beloved city of Chicago. Ms. Robinson stepped up once again, providing a sense of normalcy and stability for her granddaughters, Sasha and Malia. Her presence was quite strength, ensuring that the next generation continued to feel grounded and loved despite the whirlwind of political life. Her impact on the nation during those years cannot be overstated. She was the rock behind one of the most historical presidencies in American history. Her return to, again, her beloved city of Chicago after her time in D.C. symbolized her enduring connection to her roots and her community, as Chairwoman Harris mentioned. But Ms. Robinson's legacy extends far beyond politics and fame. It lives in the hearts of those she touched, the children she nurtured, the friends she cherished, and the community she loved. As we honor Ms. Robinson today, let us remember her as a pivotal figure in, again, Black history, a woman whose influence reached far beyond her immediate family. Her life was a testament to the power of love, resilience, and the importance of family. She showed us that with determination and support, we can overcome any obstacles and achieve success. To the family, our hearts go out to all of you for this difficult time. Ms. Robinson's legacy will continue to inspire us all. Her spirit will live on the lives she has touched and the history she has helped shape. We appreciate you allowing us to have Ms. Robinson. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and, members of the council, and to the family. What I saw from Ms. Robinson epitomized class that we often overlook in our community. I am sure that as the Black family works and migrates, the grandmother is always there to provide help and support for the children, the grandchildren, for the entire family. The rock of the family, most of the families, has been that of the grandmother, and we know and have seen that demonstrated in the work that Ms. Robinson provided and the example that she set and the standard that I believe that she set for women not only here in Chicago, but we're able to see throughout our country. the presence of strong women in our community has been since the beginning of our race. The woman has defined just about everything, from discipline to spending to everything. And what I saw with Ms. Robinson as she stood by the side of her daughter and her granddaughters and her son-in-law epitomized what we see in our community. And we just wanted this small token of appreciation for her life's work and for what she's done to elevate our community, to elevate our people to another level. And again, I want to thank Alderman Robinson for bringing this to us in support of the life and legacy that she had brought, and for that is to be commended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you very much. All right, seeing no other hands, again, this entire body, this city council, we love the Robinson family. You know, Marion Robinson, of course, was born and raised in the proud community, the South Shore community, on the south side of the city of Chicago, raising two incredible children who have made their mark in history. So to Craig Robinson and to the First Lady of this country, to the First Lady of this country, to the First Lady of this country, Michelle Obama. Mrs. Robinson stressed the importance of education and advocating for them in all aspects of their lives. Someone who believed in public accommodations. The importance of education certainly made the difference in her children's lives, and recognized that crediting the Chicago public schools for their success. She was not just an advocate for the Chicago public schools, she was a strong advocate for the Chicago public libraries. And as the grandmother, as Alderman Irvin has expressed, it's always the grandmother that allows for black families in particular to have the flexibility that's needed when the country or our companies or our businesses or our jobs call on us. And Mrs. Robinson not just moved to Washington, D.C. to provide the support that President Obama and the First Lady Obama needed, she also moved with her the embodiment and the excellence of who we are as a people. And the fact that she moved right back here to Chicago, as Alderwoman Harris said, remained a staple in this community, the South Shore community. That's who we are as a city. Her dedication to her family and their success has no doubt impacted countless lives and inspired so many. So much so that the first black grandmother of the city of Chicago, affectionately known as Meemaw, looks to Mrs. Robinson as an example. But if any of you wish to help my Meemaw and watch our kids, by all means, we are accepting applications for more grandmothers. But along with the entire city of Chicago, we do send our deepest condolences to the family and the friends of Marion Robinson. And though we mourn this incredible loss, let us take comfort in the enduring legacy and the indelible contributions that will outlive all of us. And so if we could just take a moment of brief silence on behalf of one of the greatest human beings to be birthed in this city, the first black grandmother of the United States of America, Marion Robinson. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I request passage of this resolution by a rising vote.
There will never be an objection. So ordered. Congratulations. Thank you. As the family leaves the box, we do have one final resolution. And thank you again to the family, John Kringus, the associate photographer, Alfonso Dunbar, was also a family member and cousin, Terry Sikorsky. Thank you all to the entire Robinson family. This final resolution is honoring Women's Veteran Day, and there are a number of members that are in the box today. I have some of those names. We'll acknowledge those. If there are any alders who wish to speak to this resolution, this will be the opportunity to be recognized. But I do want to give a special recognition. Julie Franco, Delilah Guzman, Denise Montoya, Rocio Varela, Elizabeth Soto, Justina Berry, Elizabeth Phoenix, Ashley Tillman, Karen Hernandez. Thank you all for being here today. The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Mr. President, I believe Alderman Villegas led this resolution, so I do see his hand up, and I would defer to him if he would like to speak first.
Alderman Vegas, would you like to speak first, or would you like to close?
I'll go with a close, Mr. President.
Okay. So the Alderman wishes to close, and we need to fix his microphone because it's a little foggy there. So just as we prepare, it's very difficult to hear you, Alderman Villegas. So with that, we will return back to Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there is a misconception about veterans and people in the military that they're all these tough, steely-eyed, testosterone-fueled men who shower in vodka, guys like Chris Taliaferro and Gil Villegas. But I think that really is not, that is just simply not quite accurate. What the military is as someone who served in the military for over 12 years, I can tell you it is really a place where people of different backgrounds and genders and races and political views can come together who have to come together to complete the mission. There is no other option when fighting for freedom. We cannot defer and publish the mission when we are in the military, for example. And that's why, frankly, I think that when there was a lot more veterans in Congress, they got a lot more done, and that is very, very well documented. And it has been wonderful to meet the women veterans that we have in the box today. You all represent every service of the military, save the Space Force, if we even count them yet, by the way. You have fought for freedom all over the world. And I can certainly tell you I've had the pleasure of fighting alongside brave women in Afghanistan and Qatar and Germany and all over the Middle East and Europe. And I know firsthand that women are the best or among the very best soldiers, sailors, and airmen we have in this country. So I want to just tell you all and and I also want to thank all of your families too. I feel like the families of veterans don't get enough credit. I can tell you my wife certainly agrees, and she has a story when the families of veterans don't get acknowledgement. She has a story she tells about giving birth in a German hospital from people who didn't even speak English to our middle daughter. But nonetheless, I want to say that I appreciate all of your bravery and your fight against outdated stereotypes and like I said, thank you and your families for the sacrifices you have made upon the altar of freedom to defend this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleague and service veteran himself, Alderman Conway, and Alderman Villegas, in honoring our guests, thanking you for your service, your dedication to our nation, your valor in protecting our country. You have all of our gratitude. But if you'll indulge me, I just want to give a special shout out to one guest in particular, Petty Officer 3rd Class, Rocio Varela. She is an 8-year veteran of the U.S. Navy. She was forward deployed during Operation Iraqi Freedom, served on the aircraft carrier, USS Kitty Hawk, as an avionics technician, working on FA-18 Hornets, E-2 Hawkeyes, and other advanced aircraft. She was decorated for her service. I'll just read some of her commendations here. Global War on Terrorism Service Medal, Airman National Defense Service Medal, Good Conduct Service Medal, Navy and Marine Corps Overseas Service Ribbon, Sea Service Deployment Ribbon, and Navy commendations. After she completed her service in the Navy, she returned home to Chicago, where she continues her dedication to the public in her capacity as the senior staff person for the Public Safety Committee here in the Chicago City Council. I am honored by her continued service in our office, and her dedication to our nation continues to shine through in the work she does for all of us every day in this City Council. So thank you, Rocio, for your service to our nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Rocio. Chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution and want to thank the ladies that are in the box for their service to this country. While there is debate about the best branch of military, and I would venture to say that it's always the Marines, there is no debate about the strides that women have made in our armed forces. Many of us are not aware that only 8 years ago, women, by an act of President Obama, can now serve in all fields, to include those combat-related fields in the military. And our military has become much stronger because of that. I thank you particularly for the inspiration that you've given so many women and so many youth to serve our country, and that one of the greatest pathways to service is through the military. So I want to thank you for that in particular and congratulate you on the day, and keep fighting for women's rights in the military. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise too to be associated with this resolution. I really would like to say thank you, because women make a lot of sacrifices. To my baby sister who is sitting in the box, what a sacrifice to leave your small baby here with me for 6 weeks for me to keep while you go away and serve our community. I have to say that can be taxing, and you know, to worry about if somebody's taking care of your child like you would take care of your baby. And we took good care of that baby, who is now 17 years old. But this wasn't just once, it was multiple times. So then we had another baby that we took care of for 6 weeks, which made 2. Then we had another baby that we took care of for 6 weeks, that made 3. So thank you for your continuing commitment to our country. It means a lot, and it just goes to show the sacrifices that women make to serve our country, to leave their spouses, leave their children behind for someone else to take care of them. So that is simply amazing and awesome, because I don't know that I could do it. So I thank you, all of you sitting in that box, for your service and your commitment to our great country, and helping us move our agendas and our missions forward, and I couldn't appreciate you more. And I love you all and support you all, and again, thank you. Thank you, women, for serving our country.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution, and I want to thank each and every one of you who's here in the box today for your service to this country and for the gift of freedom that we enjoy because of your service. I had the great privilege several months ago to meet at least one person in the box during a women veterans event that we had at our local VFW, and they were all women veterans who own businesses. And what was so great about that was the lifting up of each other that I saw happening, and incredibly diverse businesses as well. And I think that it is true, you know, it takes a woman to get some things done. But I really want to acknowledge you and every woman who has served this country since the Civil War. Really and truly, because I think that the plight of women in the military, we don't talk enough about it. We don't talk enough about the struggles that you face, and oftentimes in hostile territory. And I'm not just talking about the wars we fight. I'm talking about within branches of the military as well. And I think the thing that we can't do is not talk about those things. I've had, in other parts of times in my career, had the opportunity to meet and befriend women who have served in the military and really got a better understanding of the types of trials and tribulations and trauma that women who serve in the military also carry with them. So I want to, you know, as the chair of the Women's Caucus, tell you that we're here for you. We're here for all of it, to support you in your business ventures, to support you in your life, to support you in getting the help that you need. And that's not to say that you need it, but you deserve it at the end of the day for all that you've done for this country. One of the things that I'm proud that we're going to be instituting at the 11th Ward starting next month is we're going to have VA days at the ward. So we're going to be reaching out, and I know that Alderman Lopez already does this as well, but we're working with the Jesse Brown VA, and we're going to make sure that people know where they can access resources and how important it is, if you are a woman veteran, or any veteran for that matter, to register with the VA and make sure that you're accessing the services that you deserve and that our country owes you. And on a final note, I would be remiss not to acknowledge one of our, somebody who I'm very proud of, and that is our United States Senator, Tammy Duckworth, who is also a woman veteran, also Asian American, and her sacrifices during her service, as well as everything that she's doing to lead today, just like every single one of you. So thank you for your service, and I honor you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Maria Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to be associated with this resolution as well, and just want to say thank you. I don't always have prepared speeches. I don't have one today, but I want to echo some of the sentiments from colleagues that have already spoken. One in that I do believe that women make some of the best strategists, creative thinkers, and leaders, and we need balance, we need difference of thought, we need difference of perspective. So I very much appreciate, as someone who comes from a family where almost all of my relatives who've served have been men, I've got a couple aunts in there, from the Army, sorry, Chairman Taliaferro, but really appreciate the time, the service, the energy, the effort, and your courage in serving our country. We serve in different capacities, but service is so important. Whether it's public service through elected office, through working in government, we have so many dedicated public servants who support this council, right, and this mayor, our county government, or in through military service. So I know that the service doesn't stop once your military service is over. So I really appreciate the spirit that you bring to the city, whether it's in those entrepreneurship ventures, through your neighborhood or community service, family leadership, whatever else you choose to do. So on behalf of myself and all the residents of the 49th Ward, where we also have many women veterans, thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, members of the City Council, and good afternoon to our wonderful guests. It's my honor to stand in support not only of this resolution, but in declaring today Women's Veterans Day here in the city of Chicago. It's hard to imagine the fact that it was barely 76 years that women were fully integrated into the United States military. You'd think it was like a lifetime ago, but it was in many of our well, not my lifetime, but a little before my lifetime. Thank you, thank you. But it's hard to believe that it was only so few years ago, but the impact on our military and on our nation's superiority around the world, becoming the only superpower left, would not have been possible without the direct impact of all of you and all the women who have served all the branches of our government. And for that, I think all of us owe you a debt that we could never, never repay. The sacrifices that you have made for not only your country, but your family, your communities, require us to take note and stand up and ensure that when you come home, that your city, your communities have a place ready for you. That is why, Mr. President, I am glad that roughly 1 year ago, when we first put forward the challenge to City Council, to you and to the other elected officials in the city, to work with the Veterans Affairs with the VA, that we have gone from one office to now 13 aldermanic offices, as we just heard, including the 11th Ward, that partner to ensure that we are not only able to connect our veterans with the benefits that they've rightly earned, but also give them an opportunity to have a one-stop shop in their own neighborhoods. And I want to personally thank both Kevin and Liz for being a part of that with Grant, to see a 6% growth regionally in the connectivity with our veterans here in the Midwest. That is something we should all be very proud of. And while Flag Day almost is upon us, which would mark the 1 year anniversary, we are about 5 months away from Veterans Day. We have the opportunity to push and double that number in the next several months. So my challenge to all of you is not simply to stand in support of this resolution, but to open your doors to allow the partnerships between the city, county, and the federal government's Veteran Affairs offices to come into your ward offices, to come into your communities, to connect those veterans who have given so much with the services and programs that are available to them, and to see firsthand how they are welcomed in their communities. We can bring this room to 100%. That should be our goal. And I want to also commend you, Mr. President, for meeting with the VA, to touring the VA, and to seeing how we can better collaborate and to give Kevin more work to do, to make sure that there's no veteran that doesn't feel the love that the city of Chicago has to offer. So to each and every one of you that's here, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Nick Sposato.
To support this resolution. I can never say it enough. It's my one regret, or my biggest regret in life, that I never joined the military. Still bothers me to this day, 65 years old. Don't know why, other than I was post-Vietnam, but I just can't thank you all enough. Like my colleague just said, thank you. Thank you for all you do, especially in today's times. The world's gone crazy, and I just admire you so much. Anybody who joins our service now, once again, just thank you. So God bless you. God bless America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Are there any other alders wish to speak before we provide deference to Alderman Villegas to close? Very well. Seeing no other hands, our final speaker, Chair recognizes Alderman Gil Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to be recorded as present
under Rule 59 for quorum.
Very well. Hearing no objections, all those in favor? Hereby is aye. Anyone opposed? No, it's ordered. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. For 200 years, women have bravely served this country alongside their fellow countrymen. Going as far back as the Revolutionary War, women soldiers played a crucial role in the military successes of the United States. Today, Women's Veterans Day, honors the passing of the Women's Armed Service Integration Act, which finally allowed women to serve as members of the armed forces. But the history of this service goes beyond June 12, 1948. So while we take this moment to celebrate women's veterans and their legacy, we must also reflect and commit to do more for that community. Yesterday in the 36th Ward, we held an event to honor women's veterans. And while it was an overall positive event, we also heard about the difficulties and challenges they've had to face along the way. From navigating a healthcare system that was created with only male veterans in mind, to attending events or seeking resources that don't center their experiences. There is still work to be done, colleagues. Even today, Women's Veterans Day is not recognized on a national level. It's not recognized on a national level. So let's use this day and this resolution to first and foremost recognize women's veterans, their legacy and their significant contributions to our great country. And let us reiterate our commitment to creating a more just and equitable system for them and for everyone. Thank you, ladies, for your service. We honor you today and every day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. I stand with this entire body to speak in support of this resolution. As a history teacher, I certainly appreciate the context that we are expressing in this moment. Because since June 12, 1948, that was the historic day when women were officially recognized as regular members of the United States military. As Illinois is home to thousands of women veterans, we set aside this day to honor and recognize the much overlooked contributions of our women veterans in particular. And like the generations of veterans before them, these women demonstrate exceptional bravery. They demonstrate love, not just for their communities, but for this country and for those who are seeking peace and liberation around the globe. They leave their homes, as Alderwoman Harris has expressed, and families to go abroad and face unimaginable danger. They do this entirely for us, to protect our way of life. The women of the United States Armed Forces play a crucial role. They play a crucial role in our communities, not only in combat, but in life. Despite their significant contributions during and after military service, many women veterans struggle in their transition back into civilian life. They oftentimes face roadblocks to employment or just basic services, including physical and mental health care. As a city, we must take action to remove these roadblocks and to ensure that our city is a welcoming, inclusive space and place for all of our veterans. I'm proud to join the City Council today as we declare June 12, 2024 as Women's Veterans Day in the city of Chicago. And together we pledge to support and advocate for the needs of women veterans so that they receive the recognition and care that they rightfully have earned. We also encourage residents to honor their service as well, honor the sacrifices of women veterans that not only do it by day, they do it by night. And they do it throughout the year. So paying tribute to their contributions to our great city and nation, that is the least that we can do. So thank you all very much. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
So thank you for that. In fact, how about we pass this with a rising vote? Please rise. Very much, it's so ordered. Okay, as the box is cleared and as our wonderful veterans, women veterans return to their respective spaces. Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion to return to the regular order of business?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
All right, hearing no objections, so ordered. Communications, Madam Clerk.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending Chapter 16 to 14 of the Municipal Code regarding neighborhood opportunity funds. Your favorable consideration this ordinance be appreciated. Verily, 2 years. Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith a resolution authorizing submitting an application for the Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Urban Shelter Program issued by the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity. Your favorable consideration of this resolution be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transfer with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at Jose de Diego Elementary School. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of lease and license concession agreements. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Corporation Council, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a severance agreement. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director. Sorry, which one? The last one? After 2 committees being called, this will go to rules. Committee on Budget and Government Operations, this will go to rules. What was the committee that you called? Rules. Ladies and gentlemen, request the Budget Director, I transmit here with the Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing favorable tax incentives for specified properties located within the city. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties. Favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of reconvenience deeds for 5 parcels from Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Transportation, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of master license agreements with telecommunication providers for the placement of small wireless installations on city light poles. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Officer and the Inspector General's advisory follow-up audit report concerning Department of Buildings permit inspections process. Officer and the Inspector General's advisory follow-up inquiry on Chicago Police Department's preparedness for mass gatherings. Comprehensive annual financial report of Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago for year ended December 31st, 2023. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all these matters, which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on May 22nd, 2024, which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or one and more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on June 12, 2024, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications reports requiring the City Council action. Zoning reclassification of particular areas, which referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance. Recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Hyde Park Union Church at 5600 South Woodlawn Avenue as Chicago Landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now for our committee reports. The Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on June 10th, 2024. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of TIF funds for site improvements at Union Park at 1501 West Randolph Street in the 27th Ward, the amount not to exceed $1 million. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please provide the e-vote application for these alders to record their votes.
Open.
The voting is open. The voting is open. Please use your e-device. Voting is now open. If you need support, please raise your hand. I will now take a voice vote for any of those who have not voted using the e-device. Alderman Robinson, not in chambers. Alderman Yancey, not in chambers. Oh, Alderman Yancey, are you online? Okay, Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman O'Shea, not in chambers. Alderman Rodriguez.
Aye.
Alderman Rodriguez is an aye. Alderwoman Tabaras.
Aye.
Alderman Tabaras is an aye. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderman Conway. Not in chambers. Alderman Villegas.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haddon. Alderwoman Haddon is an aye.
Madam Clerk, this is Alderman Ramirez Rosa. I request a remote participation via Rule 59, and I vote aye.
All right, Alderman Ramirez Rosa is an aye. Do we need to approve his?
We already did.
We already did? Okay.
He was included.
Perfect, okay. Anyone else that needs to vote? Oh, Alderman O'Shea is a yes. Anyone else? All right, the voting is now closed.
Thank you. There are 43 yeas, 0 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. This motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of TIF funds for the site improvements at Moran Park at 5727 South Racine Avenue in the 16th Ward, the amount not to exceed $9 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of TIF funds for site improvements at Skinner Park located at 1331 West Monroe Street in the 27th Ward in the amount not to exceed $900,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the allocation of TIF funds for site improvements at Wells Park, located at 2333 West Sunnyside Avenue in the 47th Ward, in an amount not to exceed $400,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance concerning the Second Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the provision of tax increment financing funds for site improvements at Revere Park, located at 2509 West Irving Park Road in the 47th Ward, in an amount not to exceed $400,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a substitute ordinance concerning the issuance of the City O'Hare International Airport General Airport Senior Lien Revenue Bonds and Chicago O'Hare International Airport Passenger Facility Charge Revenue Bonds, Series 2024. Alderman Lopez recused himself from voting on this matter under Rule 14 out of an abundance of caution, and I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I need to, under Rule 14, recuse myself out of an abundance of caution due to current pending personal litigation on this subject.
Very well. Thank you. Hearing no objection, seeing no other hands, so ordered.
Item number 7 is a substitute ordinance concerning the issuance of the city's second lien water revenue bond, Series 2024. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Very good. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I had asked for some information on this in committee, and I want to thank Legislative Affairs for getting me that information. It was both for Kenton Mutual and Miller Canfield for the representation in terms of minorities and specifically African Americans on these projects. I want to thank Kenton Mutual for presenting their information, and their data show that they are making great strides in not only hiring African Americans, but in some good numbers as well. On the other hand, Canfield Miller, as they presented theirs, needs some work, and I want to just say, as we consider giving people like this work in the future, and I understand how they got the bonds last time, and sometimes we, keep some of the same people, and I understand that. I'm not going to stand in the way of this, but I want us to make sure that we're considering next time that, especially in major roles, principal roles and partnership roles, that these people have some representation that look like the city of Chicago. So while I support this, I just wanted to bring that to the attention. So as we consider people like companies like Miller Canfield next time, we'll take that into consideration. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Very well. Any other hands? Seeing no other hands, hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to 208 LaSalle Owner LLC for a mixed low and moderate income and market rate housing development at 208 South LaSalle Street in the 42nd Ward in an amount up to $70.5 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 9 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to 111 West Monroe LLC for a mixed low and moderate income and market rate housing development at 111 West Monroe Street in the 34th Ward in an amount up to $88 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 10 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds to HPUMC Redevelopment Limited Partnership for development at 2120 North Mozart Street in the 1st Ward in an amount up to $10 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Mr. President, myself and Alderman Lopez move to defer and publish this item.
This item will be deferred and published. The chair recognizes Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 11 is an ordinance concerning an amendment to the United Yards Project Ordinance, correcting the legal description of the project sites and authorizing other financial assistance to New City Redevelopment Limited Partnership for the affordable housing project at 1515 West 47th Street and 1641 through 43 West 47th Street in the 20th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 12 is an ordinance concerning an amendment to the 2023 City Tax Exempt Private Activity Volume Bond Cap ceding to the Illinois Housing Development Authority ordinance. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez.
Mr. President, I would like to be counted as a yes on the first vote on finance, please.
Very well. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Alderwoman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez to the most favorable roll call vote and the subsequent failure of the motion to reconsider. Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
You want to add yourself to the first roll call? Item number 13 and 14 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the City of Chicago and the denials of payments of various small claims against the City of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed for passage in the omnibus.
Seeing none, so ordered.
Item number 15 is the report of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of May 2024. This item will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 16A is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Isabella Keaton versus City of Chicago in the amount of $1.25 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Conway, Quinn, and Wagasback, who wish to be recorded as voting no.
Chair recognizes Alderman Cardona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to record a no on that matter as well.
We'll add you as a no, Alderman Cardona. Chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, can you please record me to be added to the first roll call, please? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please add Alderman Robinson to the most favorable roll call, and Alderman Gardner, both of them, and Alderman Conway. All three of them wish to be added to the most favorable roll call and the subsequent reconsider vote that failed. Cardona will be added as a no on this particular item. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Alderman Gardner wanted to be recorded as a no on that
We will
particular
also
item.
add Alderman Gardner as a no. Okay, despite the division, hearing no other objections, seeing no other hands, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 16B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Dorothy Holmes as the special administrator for the estate of Ronald Johnson III, deceased, versus George Hernandez in the amount of $2 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception of Alderman Sposato and Quinn, who wish to be recorded as voting no.
Chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to be recorded as a no on that item.
Thank you very much. We'll add Alderman Napolitano as a no on that item. Okay, I'm hearing no other objections despite the division, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 16C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Derek Edmond et al. Versus City of Chicago, Ivy Anderson versus City of Chicago, Joe Jones versus City of Chicago, and Edward Mosley versus City of Chicago in the amount of $5.8 million. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, seeing no hands, so ordered.
Item number 16D is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of LaShawn Ezo versus James Cassidy et al., LaRod Stiles versus James Cassidy et al., Charles Johnson versus James Cassidy et al., Troshawn McCoy versus James Cassidy et al., in the amount of $50 million, $21 million to be paid by the City of Chicago, and $29 million to be paid by the city's insurance. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report from the Committee on Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chair recognizes for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Council, reported for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a meeting on June 7th. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning annual appropriation ordinance year 2024 amendment within Fund 925. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, seeing no hands, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending an amendment of regulations governing administrative classification plan and employee benefits for classification positions set forth in the annual appropriation ordinance regarding salary schedule GY, BX, PX, and LX. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Seeing none, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending an amendment of the Municipal Code, Chapter 2-176, by modifying sections 2-176-010 and 2-176-050 regarding use, storage, and maintenance of information provided by applicants utilizing an online platform to obtain the City of Chicago municipal identification card. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as no on this item.
Very well. Seeing no other hands and hearing no further objections despite the division, so ordered.
Item number 4 is a transfer of funds within the 10th Ward wage allowance and automatic expense account for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a transfer of funds within the 23rd Ward wage allowance and automatic expense account for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a transfer of funds within the 47th Ward wage allowance and automatic expense account for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, Chair recognizes Chairman Alderman Gil Villegas. The Vice Chair. Thank you. To make it a little smoother, because the Chair was participating remotely, Chair recognizes Vice Chair Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital.
Yeah, the mic is on, but we can't hear you. Can we turn them up?
Mr. President.
Yeah, why don't we use the 20th Ward Aldermans? Can we just pull that mic? There you go.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. On Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, the committee held a meeting and recommended the passage of the following items. Items 1 through 17 on the report are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas introduced by Mayor Johnson during the May 22nd, 2024 City Council meeting. Item 1-7, reappointments of Kirsten A. Duncan, Ryan G. Siegel, Gregory C. Cameron, Mark C. Anderson, and appointments of Constantine DeRosso, Brian Grossman, and Laverne O. Morris to SSA number 1-2015 State Street Commission. Item number 8, reappointment of Eve J. Moron to SSA number 16 Greektown/Halsted Commission. Item number 9, reappointment of David L. Glassman to SSA 18 North Halsted Commission. Item number 10, appointment of Sarah Escuerdo, SSA number 24 Clark Street Commission. Item number 11-12, appointment of Megan Snyder Gill and reappointment of Michael A. Schuber to SSA 24 Lakeview Commission. Item number 13, reappointment of Judy M. Irwin to SSA number 48 Old Town Commission. Item number 14, appointment of Cesar Coronado to SSA 54 the Sheridan Road Commission. Item number 15, the reappointment of Keith R. Bradenberger to SSA number 55, 111th and Kesey Commission. Item number 16, appointment of Leroy Brown Jr. to SSA number 61, 2023 Hyde Park Commission. Item number 17, appointment of Richard H. Trumbo to SSA 43 Devon Avenue Commission. I move passage of all these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, item 18 on the report is an ordinance authorizing the execution of a service agreement with the Calumet Area Industrial Development Commission for Special Service Area Number 5 in the 7th and 10th Wards, which was directly introduced by Commissioner Boatwright during the June 4th, 2024 meeting of the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. I move for the passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, item number 19 on the report is the ordinance to approve the issuance of a Class 6B tax incentive for the property at 10770 South Doty Avenue in the 9th Ward, introduced by Mayor Johnson during the May 22nd, 2024 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, item 20 on the report is an ordinance to approve the issuance of a Class C tax incentive for the property at 4121 and 4155 to 4157 South Packers Avenue in the 11th Ward, introduced by Mayor Johnson during the May 22nd, 2022 City Council meeting. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For our Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, the Chair recognizes Chair Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on May 29th, 2024. The committee has two reports and recommends the passage of the following items. Item 1 is SO 2023-0002249, directing the Chief Sustainability Officer to prepare and present a Keep Chicago Clean public service campaign proposal to the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 2 is a subject matter hearing on Commonwealth Edison's summer preparedness. No votes were taken on this item, and Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, the Chair recognizes. For Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, the Chair recognizes Chair Matt Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a committee meeting on Thursday, June 6, 2024 at 2 p.m. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a substitute as amended to Ordinance 2024-0009664, amending the Municipal Code to codify Executive Order 2011-2. I understand that Alderman Taliaferro and Alderman Sposato would like to defer and publish this item.
The Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Yes.
Is that confirmed?
Yes,
Chairman,
it's confirmed.
Chair Taliaferro, very well. That item will be deferred and published.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2 is appointment 2024-0009552, which is the appointment of Bernetta D. Bush as a member of the Board of Ethics. This item passed unanimously among all members present. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is appointment 2024-0009553, which is the appointment of Sarah Jin as a member of the Board of Ethics. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our Committee on Housing, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, the Chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a regular meeting on Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of 8 ordinances. These include a lease agreement, land sales, and an issuance of a multifamily loan. The first item is from the Department of Fleet and Facility Management. Item number 1 is an ordinance 2024-0009601, First Amendment to lease agreement with the Chicago Department of Public Health for use of office space at 111 West Washington Street in the 34th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The next 4 items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Item number 2 is ordinance 2024-0009585, sale of city-owned property at 6801 South Dante Avenue and 8926-8940 South Wakina Avenue to neighbor space for urban agriculture projects at Dante Avenue Farm and Fresher together in the 5th and the 10th Ward. Item number 3 is ordinance 2024-0009591, sale of city-owned property at 3320 and 3322 East 90th Street to Stewart Market LLC for construction of community garden in the 10th Ward. Item number 4 is a substitute ordinance 2024-0009593, sale of city-owned property at 215 East 45th Street to Candy Cops in the 3rd Ward. Item number 5 is an ordinance 2024-0009590, sale of city-owned property at 4204, 4208, 4210, 4218 to 4230, and 4232 West Lake Street to Lake Killer LLC for construction of industrial building in the 28th Ward. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The following item is from the Department of Housing, is item number 6, ordinance 2024-0009595, issuance of multifamily housing loan to 1237 North California 9 PCT HHDC LP for affordable housing development at 1237 North California Avenue. I would like to recognize Alderperson Fuentes if she wishes to speak on this item.
Chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chair. This is an $8 million bond issuance to build affordable housing right across the street from Humboldt Park, where we are seeing rapid gentrification take hold of our community. Just 2 buildings north of this development, there are multi-million-dollar condos that are selling for about $600,000 each. This is an opportunity for working families to reside right across the street from the park and not risk displacement. The community is excited about this development. I'm excited about this development, and I ask for everyone's favorable support on this item. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I move passage of this item by the same motion, and I congratulate the 26th Ward on their efforts.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The next item is an aldermanic introduction, item number 7, ordinance 2024-0009638, modification of fee reductions and waivers regarding redevelopment agreement for reclaiming Roseland project in the 9th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Finally, the last item is from the Department of Administrative Hearings. Item number 8 is an ordinance 2024-0007327. This is the 5th intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Housing Authority, extending option to continue hearing tenant grievances for the new 3-year term plus option for a 1 additional 2-year term thereafter. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you. Now for our Committee on License and Consumer Protection, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Chico.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the City Council, I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on June 5th, 2024 to consider 5 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 10th, 25th, 35th, 42nd, and 47th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items. O2024, 000, 9165, and others ending in 9344, 9623, 9632, and 9663. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I have a statement prepared by Chairwoman Silverstein that I'd like to read right now.
Please.
Today is a Jewish holiday, so I'm not able to attend City Council due to my religious observance. However, I wanted to stress the importance of the lithium-ion battery ordinance. Unregulated e-batteries can be extremely dangerous. In 2023, lithium-ion batteries were the leading cause of fires in New York City, with 268 related incidents that resulted in 18 deaths and 150 injuries. Currently, Chicago has no regulations related to lithium-ion batteries in the municipal code. This ordinance regulates the sale and manufacturing of micro-mobility devices such as electric scooters and e-bikes, and the lithium-ion batteries that go into them. It requires to be UL certified and follow vital safety standards. The ordinance was written in partnership with the Law Department and input from UL Solutions, a Northbrook-based corporation known for establishing consumer safety standards. It also has the full support of industry experts, local electric bike manufacturers such as Radio Flyer and the Chicago Firefighters Union. I strongly urge you to support this ordinance and help prevent deadly e-battery fires in Chicago. O2024-000-7754, a substitute ordinance to amend Titles 2 and 4 regarding lithium-ion battery safety standards for micro-mobility devices. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate the comments by our colleague. I would like to be recorded as a no, as some environmental groups were not consulted as is moving forward. I do think this legislation needs work. Open to conversations later, but I'd like to be a no on the record.
Chair recognizes Alder LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. In concurrence with Alder Vasquez, based off of myriad concerns about the feasibility and unintended impacts of the ordinance, I would also like to be recorded as a no vote.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Similarly, I'll say not being a member of the committee, I'm sorry I was not able to attend that committee meeting. We have had groups both in industries around bicycles, but also environmental advocates who appreciate and say that this ordinance is moving in the right direction, but have some serious concerns about it going pretty far and giving a monopoly to one company on the testing standards. So there is other legislation in other cities that's a little broader. I think some substitute language could be helpful. I would like to be recorded as a no on this, and part of conversations with the chairwoman, and I think in some amendments that she's made herself open to. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, would like to be recorded as a no for the same reasons as my colleagues put forward. There needs to be more time to develop language that will bring other people to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
For the reasons others have shared, I wish to be recorded as a no. Thank you.
The chair. All right, for the item of
Mr. President,
just a second, just a second, please. There's been a request for a roll call on there's been a request for a roll call on item number 0202 0007754. Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Thank you, Mr. President. After conversations with after hearing some of the comments here, as well as conversation with Alderman Ramirez-Rosa, he and I wish to defer and publish this item. Thank you.
Okay, because a roll call vote has not been open officially. Alderman Rosa, can you confirm your position of also being added with Alderman Conway to defer and publish?
That is correct, Mr. President.
All right, this item will be deferred and published. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion to defer and publish is out of order as a roll call and a vote was already instituted.
Yeah, so the official vote had not commenced.
Yes,
and
it was on-
it was not official. Nope.
Then I
So
appeal the
this-
ruling of the chair if you're going to allow that to happen.
Alderman Conway, do you wish to withdraw your request to defer and publish this item?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, the item has been withdrawn. There's been a request for a roll call. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
To refer the matter back to committee.
There's a motion to refer this item back to committee. All those in favor of
Roll call.
So there's a motion to refer item number 0007754 back to committee. There's been a roll call vote on the motion to re-refer this item back to committee.
Opening it, right?
We're not, it's not open yet, so it's not official. Yes, of course. Once you finish typing it in, it will be official.
Okay, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open.
Just a second. Let's finish this roll call vote, please. This item is being re-referred to committee on license.
I will now call on those who have not voted by using the e-device for a voice vote. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Mosley is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderman Tabarez.
No.
Alderman Tabarez is a no. Alderwoman Scott. Alderwoman Scott is a yes. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Yes.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderman Ramirez Rosa.
Yes.
Ramirez Rosa is a yes. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Villegas. Okay, have all those who voted who wish? The voting is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 32 yeas, 14 nays. This motion passes. This item has been sent back, re-referred to committee. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President. O2024-0009631 was held in committee. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Now, for our Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Wednesday, June 5th, 2024. Before the committee, there were 177 items. There were 174 routine items that passed, as well as 3 amendments to the municipal code. SO 2024-0008597, which was substituted in committee, amending Municipal Code Section 9-64-170 to allow pickup trucks or vans less than 8,000 pounds to park on North Elston Avenue in the 35th Ward. O 2024-0008957, amending Municipal Code Section 9-68-032 by including portions of East 31st Place, South Vernon Avenue, and East 32nd Street in seasonal permit parking program in the 4th Ward. And O 2024-0007361, amending Municipal Code Section 7-38-117 by disallowing mobile food vehicle stands at 200 South LaSalle Street in the 42nd Ward. All 177 items passed in committee. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our Committee on Police and Fire, Chair recognizes Chairman Taliaferro.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which a meeting was held on June 11, 2024. The committee recommended passage of the following items: the appointment of Claudia Badillo as member of the Chicago Police Board, the member of Justin Terry as member of the Chicago Police Board, and the appointment of Catherine Liss as a member of the Chicago Police Board. Mr. President, if there are no objections, I move the passage of these items by the first most favorable vote, roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on June 5th, 2024, the following items passed by the majority of the members present. Item 1, page 2 through 5 includes 29 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 4, 6, 7, 10, 11, 16, 20, 24, 26, 27, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 40, and 49. Page 2 includes item ordinance 2024-0009245, an amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-8-040. Page 6 includes item ordinance 2024-0009598, a vacation ordinance for a property located in the 20th Ward, and item ordinance 2024-0008156, a vacation ordinance for property located in the 27th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee on Workforce Development, Chair recognizes the Vice Chair, Helu Gutierrez.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Workforce Development, which held a meeting on Monday, June 3rd. There were 5 items on the agenda. The appointments of Abby Eusebio, Dominique Jordan Turner, and Lurie J. Dittman to the Human Resources Board. All 3 appointments were approved by a voice vote of all members present. There were also 2 ordinances authorizing the City of Chicago to execute collective bargaining agreements between the Illinois Council of Police covering aviation surveillance specialists and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local 700, covering supervising police communication operators. Both of those direct introductions were approved by a voice vote of all members present. I move that the first most favorable vote of the Committee on Finance be applied to all 5 items being reported.
And the subsequent vote to reconsider that was obviously failed. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
This concludes the report of the Committee of Workforce Development.
Very well. Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Chair recognizes Alderman Bill.
For clarification and make sure we are doing things decent and in order, was that a favorable voice vote or non-favorable voice vote? Because it didn't say in the report.
It was for the most favorable, and the subsequent motion to reconsider that failed.
That's not what she said.
Okay, well, I'm placing it into the record. Is that what you, so this was the motion to approve the most favorable roll call vote in the Finance Committee, and the subsequent vote to reconsider that failed. That's the vote that you wish to apply here. And everybody is clear? So ordered. Chair, and that concludes your report. You did a really nice job.
Thank you.
You really did. Well done. Y'all clap for our sister, please. Thank you. Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. The chair recognizes the vice chair, who will not receive an applause no matter what he does. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There we go.
Very nice. Thank you. Oh, no. All right, enough. All right, Mr. President, members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on June 11th, 2024. These reports are grouped for convenience. Following items were passed by a majority of members present. Page 1 contains the re-referral of document number O-2024-000-9659 to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2024-000-5958, the amendment of Municipal Code Chapters 14X-12 and 14A-3 regarding regulation and registration of vacant or abandoned commercial storefronts. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains 3 fee waivers of historical landmarks in the 4th and 35th wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Pages 1 through 5 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 9th, 11th, 23rd, 26th, and 32nd wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection, noting that Alder Laspada would like to be recorded as voting no on document number O-2024-000-8982.
Chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
I want to be clear. Thank you, Mr. President. You said items pages 1 through 5. That's all items, pages 1 through 5?
I have not gotten, so let's see, pages 1 through 5 include map amendments, but I'm not done yet.
I thought that's what you, okay, so that includes, what items were you including then when you said, you just said pages 1 through 5?
Right, so this motion is on all of the map amendments that we passed yesterday. So everything that contains an address.
Okay, so you're still going to go through the other items?
So we still have the signs is the only thing left after that.
Okay, then if those the signs the only things left after that, then myself and Alderman Lopez would like to make a motion to DNP number 22389-T1. Defer and publish.
To repeat that number, Alderman.
Number 22389-T1.
All right, so that's the one for 2418 to 2426 North Milwaukee Avenue.
That is correct.
Is that correct? And that was included in your initial motion?
I was just about to make that motion, so yes. It's
Okay.
timely.
All right. So all of those items, with the exception of one, Alderman Lopez, can you confirm that you are in? All right. So item number 22389T1, that particular item will be deferred and published.
Thank you.
So very well. So
So moved. All other items on that, on the.
I have
map
not
amendments?
so ordered them yet. We
Okay.
just pulled that one out.
Okay.
But hearing no other objections, and seeing no hands, so ordered.
Thank you. Lastly, page 5 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in the 19th, 23rd, 27th, 28th, 32nd, 41st, 42nd, 45th, 46th, 47th, and 50th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, the committee held a subject matter hearing on the ADU ordinance. All those materials are available. We'll have them sent to everyone with a vote coming in one of the subsequent meetings. And that concludes my report. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That concludes all of our committee reports. Now for the agreed-upon calendar. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from Clerk Anna M. Valencia a total of 133 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from the following alderpersons: Alderman Hopkins, Alderman Dow, Alderperson Robinson, Alderperson Hall, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Cicho Lopez, Alderperson Fuentes, Alderperson Cardona, Alderperson Wagasback, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Villegas, Alderperson Spizzato, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Riley, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, Alderperson Silverstein, and I move these in the omnibus, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you, Alderwoman Harris. Hearing no objections, so ordered. All right. Now for new business, the clerk will call the wards, beginning with the first ward.
Zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. An exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman LaSpada has a proposed ordinance for the designation of 1628 West Division Street as low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing. Alderman LaSpada also has a proposed ordinance for designation of 2418 through 2430 North Milwaukee Avenue and 2930 through 2950 West Fullerton Avenue as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing. Alderman LaSpada and Alderman Ramirez Rosa have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 17-7, by adding a new section 17-7-1500, establishing Milwaukee Avenue Special Charter Overlay District on North Milwaukee Avenue between Northwestern Avenue and North Ridgeway Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman LaSpada also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 16-18, by modifying Section 16-18-040 to adjust open space impact fee costs and schedules, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for a proposed resolution to call for hearings on financial viability of Bally's Casino and ability to meet its obligations under agreement with the City of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Hopkins also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 8-16-020, modifying curfew hours to 8 p.m. on any day for all minors within Central Business District, referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees having been called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Health. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Dowell has proposed orders for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-12-060, regarding submission procedures for claims filed against the City of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Robinson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code at Chapter 5-12 by adding a new Section 5-12-035, requiring landlords to present tenants with list of reasonable costs associated with pre-rental fees or payments, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Two committees having been called, the Committee on Housing and the Committee on Finance. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Robinson has a proposed ordinance for dedication of the public ways in the area bounded by East 26th Street, South Lake Park Avenue, East 31st Street, and South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hall has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary James B. Lemons Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Hall also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of the public way in the area bounded by West Marquette Road, South Wentworth Avenue, South Perry Avenue, and West 68th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderpersons Coleman and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on utilization of MBE WBEs by Commonwealth Edison and associated spending for the years 2022 and 2023, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 360 North Green Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary James W. Southward Senior Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, and a proposed ordinance for vacation of portions of North Frontier Avenue, West Weed Street, and North Ogden Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cruz has a proposed ordinance for approval of a plat of Central 8 re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Wagenspack has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1601 North Milwaukee Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez has proposed orders for a transfer of funds within the Committee on Health and Human Relations for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez also has proposed orders for amendment of honorary street designation as Shield Silverstein Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Conway has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Leo Lucius Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Villegas has a proposed ordinance for establishment of a small business protection rebate program for reimbursement of security hardware and software costs by small business enterprises, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Spizzato has a proposed ordinance for honorary street designation as Ronald Topper Towinski Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Vasquez and Alderperson Spizzato have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-80, by modifying Section 9-80-080 to expand description of vehicles parked on public way for sole purpose of displaying vehicle for sale, which is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Sorry, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you repeat the two sponsors of that last?
Alderperson Vasquez and Alderperson Spizzato. Have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-80, modifying Section 9-80-080 to expand description of vehicles parked on public way for sole purpose of displaying vehicle for sale, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Napolitano has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 7159 West Higgins Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Clay has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Martin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Chapter 2-156, by adding multiple new sections establishing policies, procedures, and penalties for transparency of campaign contributions to Chicago candidates, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Ethics and the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Chapter 2-156, by modifying Section 2-156-160, requiring statements of financial interest to include any entity which performed business with the City of Chicago in previous calendar year, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Governmental Oversight. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Ethics and the Committee on Committees and Rules. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for installation of a Chicago Transit Authority bus route on portion of North Ashland Avenue and North Ravenswood Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Haddon has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 49th Ward wage allowance account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you. Alderman Mitchell for approval of the journal.
Madam President Pro Tem, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the May 22nd, 2024 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am aware of two pieces of unfinished business. The first piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Conway, and I defer to him at this time.
Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
I would ask to go last, and I'd ask Alderman Spizzato to go second to last, and that's mutually agreed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter? Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Chair. Although me and Nick were rolling together just 5 minutes ago, he's solo on this one. I'm with Conway. I can't even believe anybody would vote no on this. Thank you so much. Well, I'll be in support.
The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you. So Alderman Spizzato is not alone on this. It's okay. There's two things that you can do to make life easier. Don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion. Today, I will boldly try to do both. After hearing about Alderman Conway's ordinance, I felt it necessary to go down to this facility to see exactly what was going on. So I joined Alderman Spizzato on a Saturday when the protests, if you will, are at their heights. What we saw, sure enough, were Christians speaking scripture from the Bible. And there was an amplifier, to be fair. Ironically, the same type of amplifier that my office uses for public meetings, for rooms probably about this size. So everybody in the room can hear somebody speak. And the sound, to be honest with you, was not deafening. It was not outrageous. And there was no bullying or harassing going on. None of the harassment that my staff and I often endure at community events or occasionally at my office, or what we endure too often on our social media platforms by professional agitators. None of that. We didn't see any of that. What there was a group of Christians, again, speaking scripture on several different corners in a coordinated and respectful manner. Christians practicing their First Amendment rights by speaking scripture from the Bible. Made possible because we live in the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. And in this great country, we are free to worship any God we so choose, even the devil himself, for those who choose to. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a Christian, but let me be clear, I'm pro-choice. I wholeheartedly believe in a woman's right to choose and have ownership of her own body and destiny. I also believe as an American that Jews, Muslims, Christians, and other religions have the right to publicly profess their religion or ideologies and not be penalized or criminalized by politicians or people who want to further a political agenda. Just as Jews and Muslims are being wrongfully targeted and bullied, Christians are being targeted as well. In fact, I question if these individuals were Muslims speaking from the Quran or Jews speaking from the Torah, would this ordinance be introduced? But it's not. It's Christians speaking from the Bible, so it's okay. For 5 years, I have had the honor and privilege to serve the 45th Ward as alderman. And in this position, like many of us in here, it has pushed me to my absolute limits. It has brought me to my knees, and each and every night I pray to God, my God, and I ask for forgiveness and I ask for guidance on how to do better. And I proudly can profess that because I am able to, because we live in the greatest country, as I said. And just as I am expressing my First Amendment right, who am I to tell a Jew or Muslim or a Christian when and where to speak their beliefs? When doing so in a respectful manner, which is exactly what myself and Alderman Spazzato witnessed that day. Ladies and gentlemen, I can understand and appreciate the fear that you must have to vote against this ordinance, and I understand the ramifications for doing so. But I do believe that many of you in here, your conscience is telling you to do the right thing. And regardless of how you vote on this ordinance, I ask you to please take the time to go down to this facility and actually see what's going on. Because what you will see is people speaking from the Bible, Christians, in a respectful manner, which is what I saw, again, when I went down there on a Saturday. So I will be voting against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was raised in a church like a lot of folks here have been. This isn't about somebody's right to religion. This is about a person making a decision about their own body, a difficult decision and a traumatic one. Not everyone's had the experience of having to walk in an abortion clinic or having to walk in with someone who has to make a decision that's difficult to them just for their own health. It's traumatic enough to be in a position where you have to make a decision. To then have to walk, sometimes with someone, sometimes by yourself, and have people yell at you, tell you you're going to hell, acting like they're going to save you, only re-traumatizes every single step into a decision that important for one single person. This isn't about somebody's who they want to worship. Also, there's plenty of folks who don't worship anyone. So let's not just think that it's about a religion or a choice. If it's about choice, it's about someone being able to make their decisions for themselves. No one's being saved when someone wants to impose their will and what they view as right and what they view as holy law or whatnot upon someone else. If people truly were caring about life, they look at a whole bunch of folks out here in the streets of Chicago that need support and need help and don't have it and are alive and breathing right now. It is hypocritical. It is hypocritical to think that someone's holier than thou and you're caring about a person when all you're doing is getting rid of whatever angst you feel and whatever misery or insecurity you have and yelling at somebody else. That's actually what's going out there, whether it's a mic or an amplifier or not. For our colleagues who want to say that it's a small amplifier, it's not so much. We've seen what these colleagues get upset about when there's people outside their offices yelling without amplifiers. They don't feel like it's respectful at that point. Everyone does have a right to say things, but you also have to respect a person's right to make a decision that is a personal decision that they're doing on their own. So it's comfortable for us as like those of us who are men up here to feel like, hey, we think that it's fair and we believe in a pro-choice. Believe in it for real. Give people the ability to walk there unharmed, unchallenged, untraumatized. They've got enough stuff they got to figure out after. So no, I understand that people have religious decisions, vote how you feel, But if we're talking about a democracy and we're representing the public here, it means all of the public. And everyone has a right to their own decisions and not to be assaulted, not to be disrespected, not to be yelled at, not to be made like less. So yeah, vote your conscience. Your conscience should tell you that you get a choice of what you do with your body, and so should everyone else, without somebody looking down on you and telling you you're going to go to hell for it. I will be a yes in support of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the utmost respect for our colleagues who are so passionately opposed to this measure. And as chairman of the committee that held hearings on this, not one but two hearings, that respect was expressed by allowing the opponents to make their case in the manner which they desired. They had every opportunity to do so. They spoke passionately against it. They made the case against it that they sought to make. Then they decided to delay it. They were able to do that as well. They wanted to defer it. They were able to do that as well. And now we have a due pass motion before us. So it's time to bring this to a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the committee. There's no substitute before us. We've had this debate already. The opponents have spoken, the proponents have spoken, and with the due pass motion before us, it is time for us to speak as well. So with that, I would urge and I vote on this matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I felt like a woman should speak on this. Just really briefly. Obviously, I'm in support of this, and I would urge my colleagues to also support this. To clarify, we're talking about a quiet zone for health and safety reasons, not allowing amplification of sound. We're not restricting anyone's First Amendment right. It's not about religion. And I believe this came up in debate initially in last month. I don't know how long ago it was at this point, where, colleagues were like, if this were a concern outside my ward office, would you support this? And it's like, yes, right? Like places that need to operate safely, that need staff and volunteers to be able to communicate. And if they can't hear themselves speak or hear communications, then we need to listen to them. Going once to visit and using your experience, right, as a visitor, and not listening to the people most impacted who are sitting over there, who've come and told us time again, who've showed us video and have audio to show what the norm conditions are, going to visit and say, hey, this seemed fine to me. I wasn't in that specific space. It wasn't my specific situation. I wasn't volunteering. I wasn't working. I just see this part of the issue. That is not the way we as legislators are going to come to our best decisions. We, of course, have personal beliefs and values that we hold dearly, but when volunteers and staff at a clinic or a hospital are coming and saying people on a regular basis are putting amplifiers next to walls, and inside our clinic, I can't hear myself talk to a patient, well, we should do something about that. We should give them a quiet zone, something that exists that we give to other hospitals and health facilities, something that we could extend to other places. I really wish people would stop centering themselves and their own beliefs and their lack of experience on what people are asking for. Put yourself aside for a moment, listen to the people most impacted. Maybe sometimes you shouldn't vote your conscience. Maybe you should listen to other people and not just to the voice in your own head. As legislators and representatives, we are called to listen to our constituents and other people in the city of Chicago. I urge my colleagues to listen to the people who've been coming here for months to tell us what they need in order to be safe. And I appreciate my colleague, Alderman Conway, for bringing this forward, and appreciate the aye vote I hope many of you will give. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alder Rossana Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to chime in as a woman and as somebody that has actually had to step in one of those clinics, feeling incredibly scared. I am baffled by what I am hearing in this council. When we talk about safety, we are talking about a lot of different things. And the fact that women have to go into a facility already feeling a lot of different ways, fear being one of the things that commonly we experience, and having to face and to feel threatened by loud noise, by shaming, by guilt tripping. It's absolutely unacceptable. We have heard from advocates that this is a health and safety issue, that it actually interferes with the decision that people are making over their bodies. So if you are pro-choice, you shouldn't be opposed to this. But I also want to say we made Chicago a sanctuary for abortion with the Bodily Autonomy Sanctuary Ordinance. And being a sanctuary means making sure that we are protecting people. And that's what this ordinance is trying to do. So I urge everybody in council to vote yes on this and make sure that we assert and protect Chicago's sanctuary status for bodily autonomy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this ordinance today because the ability to access healthcare is a fundamental right. Regardless of the medical visit or procedure, you should be able to meet with your healthcare professional in a safe environment without threats, without shouting, without physical violence. And a healthcare professional should be able to perform their duties and have personal conversations with patients without amplified sound, without shouting, without fighting on the other side of the wall that you're being treated on. We've established quiet zones around hospitals and some healthcare centers across the city. Now is the time to have quiet zones around all healthcare centers. Since the Dobbs decision, we have seen an increase in violence outside clinics nationwide. Healthcare is so incredibly, deeply personal, and it must be accessible. We must support Chicagoans' ability to navigate the healthcare system in a way that both is dignified and respectful. We owe that to each other. We owe that to Chicagoans. We owe it to our constituents. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Alderman Conway, for your tireless work on this. I will be supporting this ordinance today. I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Hoppenworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend my colleague for putting forward this ordinance and also point to Chair Hopkins' point, which is we have had several hearings about this issue already, and it's time. We cannot waste another moment. There's nothing more that I can add to the conversation that hasn't already been said by Alder Nugent and Haddon. I am a mother. I am a person who has had an abortion as a young woman, and I have a daughter. And abortion is a human right. Abortion is health care. And that's the reason why we have to listen to those who have been coming before us in public comments, who have been providing care, and also recognize that Chicago is a beacon for so many across, not only in Illinois, but the Midwest and the nation. And we have to continue to do that. So I urge all my colleagues to support this ordinance and to listen to women. Abortion is health care, and we must provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this ordinance. I'm glad that my colleagues, when they went on that day, didn't witness any harassment during that protest or down at the clinic. But we've heard repeatedly that this is not always the case, that these protesters have been incredibly loud and disruptive, intimidating, and cause an already stressful situation to be even more difficult, including for the medical professionals that work in the building. I actually used to work in this building, and I experienced myself not going in for a procedure, but just trying to get into the building as an employee of another company in the building. So I'm somewhat familiar with some of the tactics here. And at the end of the day, if the protesters are just as our colleagues said when they were there, peacefully and respectfully praying, they won't violate this ordinance. This is what we should be focused on. That's not a violation. Abortion is health care, and these patients are seeking health care. Their providers are medical providers who provide this medical care that is so needed and should be able to be done without the disturbance of the loud protesters down below. We have to be able to help patients seek the medical care that they need without fear of harassment or intimidation, especially at their most vulnerable times. That's why we have this ordinance, and that's why we have the bubble zone in the ordinance, and that's why we need common sense legislation. So I want to thank my colleague, Alderman Conway. I also want to thank Sarah Garza-Resnick for her advocacy as well, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this ordinance, and I want to commend Alderman Conway for putting forward what is a needed piece of legislation. Many of my colleagues know I spent 10 years in education before doing policy work and becoming an elected official. And about 6 years ago, I joined a young person and her family to an abortion clinic for support. This young person was a victim of sexual assault. Already traumatized from that experience, walking into an abortion clinic, things were told to her that were further traumatizing. We heard things like murderer, you're going to hell, there is no space for you in heaven, repeatedly, over and over and over again. When you entered that lobby, you can still hear that message clearly. And I imagine when she entered the clinic room, she can still hear that message clearly. On that afternoon, that young woman deserved love and support. Instead, I watched her come out that clinic room and not be the same. And then we walked to the car, and I don't think she could bounce back from that moment. I don't know if she ever has. And so when we think about these experiences and when we think about protecting women and their right to choose for themselves and their health, they deserve to make those choices without being traumatized, berated, and harassed. And to our advocates and providers that are in this gallery today, for every moment you work really hard, despite the noise and the harassment, to allow women to feel secure and safe. Thank you. Thank you for showing up here today. This is the city of Chicago, where we've made a choice to protect bodily autonomy and choice. This is a piece of legislation that allows people to do that safely, both physically and mentally. And that is a particular legislation I don't see why anyone would oppose. So today I will vote aye. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote aye. And again, Alderman Conway, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gil Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I rise in support of this ordinance. This is a moment for all of us to reflect on the importance of creating environments where those seeking reproductive health care services can do so without being accosted or belittled. At the Family Planning Associates Clinic in the West Loop, we have heard particularly egregious stories of patients and healthcare professionals who've been unable to carry on with their procedures and day-to-day operations due to being bombarded with noise pollution and intimidation. And while I firmly believe and fought for everyone's right to peacefully assemble and engage in free speech, there also has to be an understanding that businesses must be able to continue. With this ordinance, I hope that we can enforce the proposed quiet zone and improve the healthcare experiences of those seeking it, often in their most vulnerable moments when doing so. We owe it to them and to their providers to establish a safe environment where their crucial work can continue free of interruption. And with this, I thank my colleague Alderman Conway for bringing this before us for consideration. This matter has my full support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is probably going to be one of those topics that is going to be the toughest for all of us to speak upon, if you do speak today. But I'd just like to start with, I'd like all of you to know right off the bat that I do not look down upon anybody by the way you vote today at all. It's one of those situations that's very difficult to speak about, very difficult to talk about. It couldn't have been more eloquently put than my colleague, Alderman Nugent. It is defending the right for health care. My colleague, Alder Fuentes, what you said as well, it really strikes a chord in all of our hearts. It really does. So my take on it, though, is this. It's not that I'm against what's being voted on here today at all. But what really is difficult for me to take in is that this should be a topic that applies to every type of protest going forward. It's not just in front of healthcare clinics, it's in front of City Hall, where many of you fought for that First Amendment right that happened just a couple of months ago. And it always went back to that First Amendment right. And I know we're not taking away that right completely, but if we're doing it one way for one location, it should be done that way for the entire city of Chicago. So it's not dangerous to come here in O'Hare Airport and the highway's blocked off and you have to walk a mile and a half with your luggage to get to the airport, shaking your fist at Chicago. Or it shouldn't be that way in front of some of your offices or some of the protests we've seen over the last 5 years where people are getting hit with ice bottles and we're using amplified material to protest those situations. I'm all for the First Amendment right, and I totally understand this situation. So please do not look at me like I'm against it. But we're either for the First Amendment right or we're against the First Amendment right. We're going to create safe areas for people that need it in this situation, or we're going to create it for all of Chicago and all of our residents. The last 5 years down here, it's nothing but a protest. It's not safe back here sometimes. It's not safe outside. When you walk through the city and other parts of the city, we should be making it safe for all Chicagoans. Because these protests, wherever they are, they're not always the safest, or they're not always the most comfortable. And that's why it's very hard for me to see what we did here a month ago on behalf of the First Amendment right and what we're doing today. And again, let me reiterate, that safe area is necessary, but it should be necessary for everybody in this city. And until we're pushing that type of law or that type of ordinance for everybody on behalf of the way protests are going, where M80s are being thrown at people and people are losing their hearing and their eyesight, or we're losing storefronts that are being destroyed, or what type of protests we're going to see in the next couple of months and how we're gearing up for that, whole city should be a safe space. And that should be our target and our goal. So I'll finish with this. I'm not going to support this, and I do not for however we're on the opposite side of issues down here, I do not look different at any of you for voting for it or against it. I'm just saying if I'm going to support something that we're down here fighting for, such as the First Amendment right, it should be covered for everybody throughout the city of Chicago. So thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Alderman Conway is the alderman of the 34th Ward. Jason Irvin is the alderman of the 28th Ward. Walter Burnett is the alderman of the 27th Ward. I could go on. I think you understand where I'm going. The alderman has put forth something that is impacting his community, his residents, where he lives and he represents. We all have worked toward trying to make our communities better, and we've all supported one another in that endeavor to make communities better. I can't answer for what's transpiring in the 34th Ward where this man is the alderman. However, the people sent him here to represent the interests of that community. So if he is asking for us to support him in the endeavors to help make his community better in the same manner and fashion in which he supports the balance of us to help make our communities better, then I don't understand the conversation. We're talking about a local matter in a local ward that is represented by the local alderman who's asked for us to assist him in helping to make his community safer and better. So I think we've got to take a step back and understand that we've all been sitting here to do a job to represent our constituents. There are some unique situations, but at the end of the day, this is an option that's available to every member of this body to protect a specific situation, and the alderman has put that forward. And I think we are, as a council and a tradition, have supported each other in those types of matters. Regardless of what one's personal position is, again, it's not impacting you. It's impacting him and his constituents. So I think we just need to take a slight step back so that we can understand what he's trying to do to help his constituents and support him in that endeavor. Because again, tomorrow you may have something that is an issue that you're seeking support for through members of the council and would like to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the constituents that you represent. So I think that, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And so I think we need to be a little more respectful of the wishes of his community, as I know Alderman Conway has always been respectful of the wishes of us in this council as it relates to our communities. And I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We live in a complex world, and as such, we can't have a cookie-cutter approach to how we do things in a complex world, in a complex city. I want to thank Alderman Conway for bringing this forward. I think a woman who makes it to the door of that healthcare facility has already wrestled with her God, has already thought in her mind about the decisions that she's making, has already cried tears, has already made the decision to walk through that door. And that woman should not be subject to have to run a gauntlet of threats, of people who are just spewing their interpretation of the Bible or how they feel in their heart this woman should behave. This woman is making a choice on her own. And we need to respect that. And we need to all vote yes on this ordinance. There's no question here. This is a woman's choice, and she should not be harassed when she walks to that door or walks through that door, because the decision is already made. She has made her choice.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I wasn't going to speak on this, but Jason, Alderman Irving reminded me when he spoke about wards. Coincidentally, this used to be my ward many years ago. Also, I had LaSalle and Division, that corner in my ward right across the street from Planned Parenthood. And when it was my ward, both of those spots, I would get calls from constituents because people would be concerned about their safety. Folks who live right by the Planned Parenthood on LaSalle Street and people who travel through Division. The one that he's talking about in particular on Washington, I happen to run, whenever I do run, I happen to run past there when I'm jogging, right? I haven't done it in a minute, but when I do, I run past there. I ride my bike past there, and now, as of late, my wife and I, we walk past there in our early morning walks. I'm gonna tell you, I know my brother said he went by there, him and his staff, you may have went at a certain time. When we walk past there, it's a scary situation sometimes. You know, sometimes you cross the street because you got folks out there that's very emotional, and not just on one side, right? You have the pro people and you have the anti people, and they both be out there. And it's a situation where it gets loud, and periodically it looks like there's getting ready to be a fight. And it's sort of a dangerous situation. So we had to call the police periodically when I was alderman over there because it flows out to the street. Sometimes there's a lot of people. We're not talking about 2 or 3 people. We're talking about people, they come up and they camp out. They have all their stuff. And it be on. Both sides come to, you know, express themselves about what they believe, and you feel sorry for the folks trying to get through there and go through to the clinic. You know, when folks come there and you see them, you know, sometimes they covered up, they got their heads down, folks hollering at them, the other folks hollering from the other way. You know, they scared. It's a dangerous situation. I know I wouldn't want any female that's associated with me to have to go through that because it's a terrifying situation. And just running past there or walking past there, we cross the street or we get in the middle of the street because they be taking over the sidewalk. We have to get off the sidewalk to get past. Because they be out there, and they have they make up all kind of things. You know, calling people names. They make up, you know, T-shirts and little plastic ornaments and all types of things showing monsters. So, you know, and it's you know, babies and, you know, it's just a terrifying situation. So I could understand Alderman Conway probably got some of the calls that I used to get. And he lives over in this area too. He probably go past there also. And I can imagine how he would feel walking through there with his family and seeing all of these things going on. And it's nothing nice. You know, they literally have like statue-like dead babies. You know, and hollering at people. It's just a terrible thing. So, you know, I support Alderman Conway in trying to keep peace on that corner. And, you know, a lot of folks don't know, it's right there by the exit of the expressway. It's right by the exit of the expressway. And people are trying to get off the expressway. And all these people are there. And sometimes it may be 10, sometimes it may be 20. It's just not a good situation. So I support Alderman Conway on his ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just 2 brief points. First, I want to thank my alder sisters for speaking to their personal experiences. Your bravery in speaking out is absolutely commendable. And if I was there, I just want to give you a hug for giving of your personal experiences. Secondly, let's bring some clarity to this conversation. We are not outlawing the vitriol. We aren't outlawing the negativity. We aren't outlawing the hateful speech, the judgment that happens on the street corners. We are outlawing the amplified sound here, where we heard testimony from a staff person in the facility who couldn't even give counsel to an individual, who couldn't give medical advice to an individual that was seeking treatment. This debate boggles my mind in some ways. I'm a yes vote, and I feel like we should be all yes votes on this issue, regardless of the way in which you come to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Byron Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do rise in support of this quiet zone as well, because I support the rights of people to seek abortion services without harassment. I do think that we have to make a distinction here. When we talk about the First Amendment right, it doesn't mean that we infringe on the rights, human rights, and civil rights that are protected constitutionally. I do think that we must draw the line. I was not planning on speaking, but I do want to refer to some remarks that are important, because this is an important conversation, and I do support and commend Alderman Conway for doing everything he possibly can to protect his constituents. We do have an obligation to protect the safety and well-being of all our constituents. And that's why I would like to point out some remarks about the safety that some of the protests make people feel uncomfortable. We should consider what people are protesting. And that's what I make the distinction here. When we are protesting against or harassing on protecting rights, we must have an obligation as the state to protect and not look the other way when we see violence being perpetrated against, as Alderwoman Dowell mentioned, women who are already reckoning with poverty and other issues. We have an obligation to protect their rights. And as well, when we talk about what people are protesting, I want to be clear. In 2023, we saw more police murders than in 2020. So people continue to feel safe. So who protects people from the state violence? So these conversations are indeed very important. And legislators have an obligation to look at the facts and not cookie-cutter issues, or worse, conflate one issue with another for political gain. Again, when we see genocide, when we see violence, war crimes against children, again, kids in IQs, these are babies. Wherever they are, those rights must be protected. Children, women's rights. The state has an obligation to stop these crimes against humanity so that we cannot allow these injustices to continue. Airports and sports games go uninterrupted because all people in the society are valued by the institutions to the point that we deprive them from their efforts. Those are legitimate grievances. There is no legitimate reason to interfere with a person seeking medical care, period. That person has no obligation to bear your harassment. We're here talking about a very clear issue to protect women's rights that are protected constitutionally. And I rise in support, and I commend the advocates so bravely continue to fight for the rights of all of us. So thank you so much, and again, I rise in support of this ordinance. Thank you, Alderman Conway.
Thank you. Are there any other alders who wish to speak to this item? Okay. If there are no other alders that wish to speak, again, the chair recognizes Alderman Conway. You filed a Rule 41 notice. Are you calling for? Okay, my apologies. So, chair recognizes Alderman Nick Spazzato.
Problem. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. So,
First of all, I too have no ill feelings towards anybody that's against me with this. We all know where I stand. We all know why we're here because of what I did. I can assure you this was not a publicity stunt. My only regret maybe is I dragged my good friend into this that wanted to help me, offered to help me, and I dragged another good friend there to go actually see what's going on to make an informed opinion. I tried to sway nobody. I did send you all an email asking you to get out there, asking you to see what's going on. You all have really blown this out of proportion, that was going on over there. You act like there's a bunch of biker thugs out there looking to beat the crap out of somebody, and that's not what's going on. There's a bunch of women and children out there, mostly praying, a lot of Catholics. I admit I'm a Christian. I'm against abortion. It's no secret. So, you know, you abortion advocates can go after me, do whatever you want. I have no problem with that. I did, however, one of my colleagues felt the need to tweet out about me saying this is a publicity stunt or a trick. It's not a trick. He's the only person I talked to. I sent him a video. I asked him to go out there and check it out. I was hoping people would go check it out. My one colleague's probably right. Maybe you shouldn't judge off of one time. I admit I've been checked these things out and been at some protests myself more than once. I haven't seen any aggressiveness. I haven't seen any. I don't agree with some of the messaging. I will say that sometimes. Some of the people. You can't control if there's 100 people out there, if there's 10 people. But they're all out there praying, however they pray, trying to change people. And yes, believe it or not, people have been changed. People change their mind at the last minute. I talked to the cops out there when Gardner and me were out there. We went right to the cops, and we were there about 10 minutes. And Gardner says to me, I really don't see what the problem's here. So I said, let's go talk to the cops. So there's a bike team that's regularly out there, and there's not a problem with these people. I mean, they're respectful. They listen to us. There's not a problem. Once again, let's remember where this place is. It's on Washington Boulevard. It's right off the expressway. How much more noise could possibly be at this place? It's a brick building with a soundproof door, but somehow, some way, this cheapo Mr. Microphone is blaring through the walls of this building. I find that hard to believe. I really find that hard to believe. But whatever. I respect you all for your decision. I learned something. Glad to see one of my colleagues is now for aldermanic prerogative. I thought he was against it, but now today he says he's for it, so I'm very thankful about that. But like I say, no ill will towards anybody. You want to come to my office for candy, a pop, a water, you're more than welcome, okay? I'm voting no on this. I think it's wrong. It was supposed to be all about First Amendment rights. I don't believe we can pick and choose. They're outside my office every day. We're down here. You know, if my office was doing some technical stuff, it would be very difficult for them. So I think I don't like the amplified sound thing. I've been to rallies. We're anti-rallies at other rallies, so the magnified sound, it heightens the tension and so on and so forth, so it's just something I was against. Once again, I was hoping you all would go check this out, and I was hoping this would be about First Amendment right, but obviously it's not. I don't expect to win this. I was hoping 10 people would say, hey, at least 10 of you would say, I'm for First Amendment rights, but I understand what you're afraid of, so I hold no ill will towards you. Conway will always be one of my better friends in council. He holds no ill will towards me. I hold no ill will towards him. I hold no ill will towards any of you that aren't with me on this. You have to vote what you think is right. I respectfully disagree about what kind of people are out there. Once again, women and children peacefully praying. I'm not saying nobody's ever out there that's way too aggressive. I don't agree with all the messaging. Yes, I'm against abortion, but I'm also pro First Amendment right. We cannot pick and choose. With that, after Conway speaks, Mr. President, I would call for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you. Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
So as to clarify, just to make sure, this is a noise-sensitive zone that would prohibit amplified devices around the streets around Family Planning Associates. Its location has been described several times. I have been out there dozens and dozens of times. But don't just take it from me what happens out there. You've heard from, believe the women who work and volunteer at this clinic every day. We've heard a lot of testimony regarding the harassment of patients, the protesters running at patients, wearing amplified devices and speaking through the speaker in their faces. The speakers against the wall of the clinic disrupting the care inside. And this isn't some Mr. Microphone. It's at least 4 feet high and 3 feet wide when I've seen it. But in addition to that, as part of this record, we have already shown a pattern of noise complaints that were entered in the record at committee as well. Now, this is a situation that I inherited when I became alderman of the 34th Ward, and I have worked with the Chicago Police Department to improve this situation. I have worked with CDOT to put additional signage there regarding the bubble zone ordinance. But the problem with the bubble zone ordinance is when all this is going on, you kind of can't have the police say, wait, everybody stay where they are so we can get out like a ruler to test how this works. It's just a very difficult thing to enforce. And frankly, I've gotten into it with anti-choice folks after seeing a lot of harassment of patients and multiple violations of the bubble ordinance and frankly showing an immense amount of patience. But something I will say is, as many of you know, I am a lawyer myself. I have been a member of the Illinois Bar for 18 years. I have litigated 108 trials on behalf of the people of Cook County, probably handled more than 10,000 cases. And I would not want to walk this city into litigation if there was any chance we'd lose it. And as a result, have worked with the law department significantly on this to craft a noise restriction that, in using legal words, that is content neutral and narrowly tailored to serve the significant government interest of healthcare. And healthcare is something that is treated differently under the law as well. And fortunately, this is not some issue of first impression. The Supreme Court has confronted this very issue in the case of Madsen v. Women's Health Center regarding restrictions around a Florida abortion clinic that were remarkably similar to the one at issue here. And in a Justice Rehnquist opinion passed by the court 6-3, what they wrote is the limited noise restrictions imposed by the injunction burden no more speech than necessary to ensure the health and well-being of the clinic's patients. Noise control is particularly important around medical facilities during surgery and recovery periods. The First Amendment does not demand that patients at such a facility undertake Herculean efforts to escape the cacophony of political protests. So I can tell you that we are on firm legal footing here, and I would like to thank the law department, specifically Corporation Counsel, as well as Ray Philip Santos for your work on this, the police department, specifically Commander Harris of the 1st District on this, the Department of Public Health, specifically Dr. Ige, as well as Chairman Hopkins and the Committee of Public Safety in working this. And certainly want to thank the advocates and medical professionals from Family Planning Associates, Personal PAC, Planned Parenthood, the clinic escorts, who are all here today and fighting this fight. And really, I just want to thank you all on behalf of the patients at this clinic for making it just a little bit easier for women to access health care at this facility and in this city. And with that, I would echo Alderman Sposato and calling for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very much well. So there's a motion on the floor, the substitute ordinance 2023-0004-088 for a roll call vote on this item. Madam Clerk.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your device. The voting is now open. Please raise your hand if you have need support. I will now ask for a voice vote if you have not used your e-device. Alderman Yancey. Not present. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Rodriguez?
Rodriguez is a yes. Thank you.
Rodriguez is a yes. Alderwoman Tabaras?
Yes.
Alderman Tabaras is a yes. Alderman Cardona? Alderman Cardona is not in chambers. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez?
Yes.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderman Ramirez Rosa?
Yes.
Ramirez Rosa is a yes. Alderman Villegas?
Yes.
Villegas is a yes. Alderman Spasado? Alderman Spasado is a no. Alderman Riley? Not in chambers. Have all that's voted who's wished to vote? Anyone walk in? Okay. The voting is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 41 yeas, 4 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell, is there a second item?
The second piece of unfinished business was filed by Alderman Mitz, and I defer to her.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I filed a Rule 41 notice with the clerk of my intent to call for a vote on ordinance number 2024-008352 regarding the execution of a master service agreement with DataMate LLC for research, design, development, hosting, and supporting a public-facing application regarding planning, development and zoning development processes and other city operation, which were deferred and published on April the 17th, 2024. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by a voice vote if no one wishes to speak.
All right, very well. And just for clerical clarification, it was 2024-000-8352. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item by a voice vote. Seeing no hands, all those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
There's a motion to reconsider this vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell, are you aware of any further business?
Mr. President, I am not aware of any additional unfinished business.
All right, miscellaneous business. Alderman Mitchell.
Except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any miscellaneous business.
Very well. Before the date and time in the next meeting is expressed, I do want to acknowledge that there are a couple of birthdays today. So we have Reverend Alderman William Hall. Happy birthday. And then, of course, the Alderwoman of the best side of town, the west side, Alderwoman Mitz. Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for the date and time of the next meeting.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, July 17, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in the council chamber on the second floor of City Hall, 121
Just
North South Street.
just hold on. We're almost done. Just
Chicago,
hold on a second.
Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Thank you very much, Alderman Mitchell, for handing up this ordinance to the clerk. Setting the next date and time of the next meeting has been read. Alderman Mitchell for the passage.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance.
So I think you just want to move passage in the omnibus for the next meeting. So Alderman Mitchell moves for the passage in the omnibus for the next meeting. Very well.
That is
And
exactly
hearing no
what I
objections, so ordered. Now for the omnibus roll call.
Okay.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the honors be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
And before we also offer up this order, I do want to give a special shout out. You may not have noticed, but Mr. Dwayne Loughlin, who has been our sound and technical person for the last 29 years, he is retiring, and today is his last day. But he's not, yeah, he's already out. Yeah,
He out
Yeah.
drinking.
he's like, look, apparently it's already been adjourned for him, so congratulations. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
Mr. President, if there's no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.